Hello there, my sleepy knights. Tonight, we have a collection of the Fallout Radio.
You're listening to Galaxy News Radio, broadcasting across the capital Wasteland, the voice of survival in these uncertain times. It's time to burn the midnight oil with your host, the ghoul with the golden voice, DJ Rads.
Good evening, Wastelanders. It's midnight in the apocalypse, and you're tuned to the Midnight Oil with yours truly, DJ Rads, the smoothest voice this side of radiation poisoning. Broadcasting to all you night owls, insomniacs, and creatures that literally can't sleep because mutation has eliminated your eyelids. We've got your next 4 hours covered with Wasteland updates, caller segments, and music that's almost as decayed as my skin. Current Wasteland status shows, well, it's still a wasteland. Super mutant activity reported near Big Town. Residents advised to hide any and all protein sources, including themselves. The last settlement that tried negotiating ended up as a lunch with a side of Fancy Lad snack cakes. Raider fashion this season continues to feature spikes, leather, and the questionable aesthetic choice of carrying around body parts. Remember when people just wore uncomfortable shoes to look cool? Those were the days. Brotherhood of Steel spotted collecting pre-war tech from the DC ruins. In unrelated news, my toaster has gone missing. If you're listening, Paladin, it wasn't advanced technology. It couldn't even toast evenly. Though I suppose 200 years of nuclear fallout would affect the quality. And I'm seeing the usual midnight traffic and trading caravans. Nothing our brave provisioners can't handle. Though reports say they're taking longer routes to avoid something. More on that later, folks. But first, a word from our sponsors.
Are you suffering from radiation sickness? Hair falling out, extra limbs growing in, skin peeling off like wallpaper in a hurricane? Try Doc Crocker's Miracle Elixir. Feeling a limb about to fall off? Hair growing in unusual places? Or not growing at all? Doc Crocker's Miracle Elixir is definitely not just whiskey with glowing fungus mixed in. Available at all reputable trading posts or from that suspicious guy behind the saloon.
Side effects may include hallucinations, additional mutations, spontaneous combustion, or the uncontrollable urge to dig at holes at night. Do not take if you are pregnant, planning to become pregnant, or have recently consumed raw meat of questionable origin. Ah, yes. Nothing says trustworthy medicine like a disclaimer longer than the actual advertisement. As always, our comm channels are open for all your calls. Okay, let's see who's burning the midnight oil out there in the irradiated plains. Wasteland Line 1, you're live across the capital Wasteland.
Yeah. This is Marcus. Caravan guard out of Bunker Hill.
What's happening out there in the Wasteland trenches, Marcus?
Yeah, so, There's this trader who swears he's trained mole rats to sniff out pre-war tech. Charges people like 50 caps for a mole rat consultation.
The entrepreneurial spirit lives on, I see. Nothing like post-nuclear capitalism to warm my irritated heart.
It's just, Reg, the problem is the mole rats, they just keep running off with people's shiny stuff. 3 traders have lost their inventories, but the guy keeps insisting they're just collecting more data. The last guy lost a whole shipment of fusion cells when the mole rats dragged them into their nest.
Sounds like a literal case of highway ratbury. Thank you. I'm here all night. But seriously, this must be the first case of organized rodent crime in the Wasteland, although I've had my suspicions about the rad roaches in the underworld for years.
The guy's running some kind of scam, but here's the weird part, Rads. Those mole rats, they're all wearing little tiny backpacks. And some of them have been seen miles away. You know, still carrying goods, all heading in the same direction.
Tiny backpacks? Either that's the cutest heist in Wasteland history, or someone's training a mole rat army. Either way, keep your valuables secured, listeners. Maybe invest in a good mousetrap. Or 100, by the sounds of things.
Just thought people should know. I gotta go. I think I hear our competition approaching. And by competition, I mean people with guns who want our stuff.
And that's life in the caravan business, folks. Remember, it's not about surviving the journey. It's about having enough ammo to make the return trip. Wasteland Com, line 2. Who's calling?
Greetings, spreader of worldly news. I am Brother Gamma, faithful servant of Adam's holy glow.
Ah, the Church of the Eternal Glow. Always a pleasure to hear from Wasteland's most radiant believers. What's new in the worship of all things that make Geiger counters tick?
Well, we've discovered that Adam's divine glow has been speaking to us, Brother Rads. When we stand in the crater at midnight, the voices tell us the future.
I see, and has it occurred to you that those voices might be your brain cells screaming just as they die? Just a thought.
Non-believers always say that, but the glow has revealed that interdimensional beings will soon arrive through the Great Divide. The division is coming in a form no one expected.
And just a question, have you considered that maybe it's just the Med-X talking? Or possibly that irradiated water you folks are so fond of bathing in?
Mark if you must, Brother Rads, mark if you must. But Adam's prophecy is clear. When the old machines sing together, the spaces between worlds will thin. and those who will wait between shall join us in the vision. We've been seeing all the signs. People moving wrong, machines turning on without any power, memories that cannot exist becoming real.
Ah, yes, the classic signs of the apocalypse. Or possibly radiation poisoning. So hard to tell the difference these days.
We welcome all to witness the revelation. Come to Crater Adam at midnight tomorrow. Bring offerings of glowing materials and clean water. We also accept bottle caps and packaged snack foods.
At least your interdimensional apocalypse has a solid business model. Wasteland entrepreneurship at its finest.
The glow will remember those who mocked DJ Rads. But Atom is forgiving. We shall save you a spot in the division.
Well, that's certainly something. If anyone decides to attend tomorrow's end-of-world party, remember to pack rad away. Lots of it. And maybe some Rad X. And a hazmat suit. And your last will and testament. Now, how about some music to take your mind off impending interdimensional doom? Here's a fresh hit.
A fresh hit from DJ Rad.
Love may seem scary, I understand. Trust your heart and take my hand. No need to hide from feelings true. My arms are waiting just for you. Don't run from love, it won't lead you astray. Stay close beside me, we'll find our own way. Don't run from love, it's here today.
Welcome back. You're listening to The Midnight Oil with me, DJ Rads. Let's go back to the lines. Wasteland, com line 3. You're live on The Midnight Oil.
Rivet City Security. You got a situation here. I thought your listeners should know about, especially if they're planning on visiting.
Rivet City, our favorite aircraft carrier turned settlement. What's happening in the floating fortress of Tetanus?
Yeah, so, it's about Dr. Zimmer's android experiments. They're getting out of hand.
Ah, yes, the Commonwealth's finest synthetic human maker. What's he done now? Created androids that tell actually funny jokes?
Well, one of them malfunctioned yesterday and spent 3 hours trying to have a conversation with a filing cabinet. Kept asking it about the day and complimenting its organization skills.
Well, in fairness, that filing cabinet has been more productive than most of my co-workers.
Another one keeps insisting it's human, despite occasionally sparking and referring to its childhood home as Assembly Line B. And yesterday, one of them tried to blend in by drinking an entire bottle of whiskey in one go. No effect, obviously, but it spent the next hour pretending to be drunk.
So they're malfunctioning in adorably human ways. I've seen real humans do worse after a night at the Muddy Rudder.
It'd be funny if it weren't escalating. You know, this morning, one of them looked at the breakfast menu and said, and this is a quote, "Human food for human me, because I am definitely human and require human sustenance." And then it started, staring at everyone for 5 minutes without blinking.
Sounds like Dr. Zimmer needs to work on his how to human programming. But between us, I've known ghouls who fit in better.
Just warning your listeners, Rads. If you visit Rivet City and someone seems off, staring too long, moving too precisely, or even just asking bizarre questions about I don't know, human bodily functions, maybe just keep your distance.
Noted. Watch out for socially awkward robots pretending to be people. Though, honestly, that describes half the Brotherhood of Steel as well.
Oh, gotta go, Rads. One of them is trying to take a shower with its clothes on again.
Ah, the challenges of post-nuclear society. Radioactive water, food shortages, and robots with identity crises. Speaking of identity crises, it's time for another word from our sponsor, who's very clear about what they offer.
Are you tired of raiders stealing your stuff? Concerned about super mutants using your limbs as party decorations? Try Robco Home Security Systems. Our slightly unstable Mr. Gutsy units are guaranteed to protect your home or reduce it to smoldering ash trying.
Intruder detected. Lethal force authorized. God bless America and no one else.
Robco. Building a safer tomorrow by heavily arming today.
Robco are not responsible for accidental incineration of family members, pets, or welcome guests. Inform your security unit of expected visitors 3 to 5 business days in advance.
Nothing says welcome home like a robot that might confuse your grandmother with a communist infiltrator. Wasteland Com Line 4. Who's burning the midnight oil out there with me tonight?
This is Resident 104 from Vault 111. Not sure if I should be calling, but I found your frequency while scanning with my Pip-Boy.
A genuine vault dweller. How's life under the loving, totally not experimental care of Vault-Tec?
That's just it, Rads. I think they're running experiments down here that, we're not supposed to know about. Tests involving, quantum uncertainties and timeline manipulation.
Vault-Tec running secret experiments? I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Next, you'll tell me Radaway doesn't taste like strawberries.
The overseer says it's all standard Vault-Tec protocol, but I found these weird blueprints, Rads, labeled. They were labeled Project Chronos in a restricted section. They've got these machines down on the lower level that, well, I don't know how to describe it. They make reality look wrong.
Look wrong? Reality? Wrong how? Like my skin is falling off, but I'm still alive? Wrong? Because that's my everyday experience.
Wrong? Kind of wrong, like, you look at them, and sometimes they're there, but sometimes they're not. And, people who work near them report seeing themselves in places they haven't ever been. One researcher swears he saw himself walk into a room while he was already inside it.
Either that's quantum mechanics or really good moonshine. Possibly both.
The files mention creating controlled tears in the space-time continuum and establishing contact with parallel realities. But the really strange thing is that some of the dates on the files are from, well, they're from the future. Oh no, that's a security sweep. They can't find me in here. I've already been reprimanded for asking too many.
Resident 104, you are in violation of curfew protocol. Return to your designated living quarters immediately.
I have to go, but listen, if you hear reports of strange time anomalies or people appearing in multiple places, it might be connected to...
Another satisfied Vault-Tec customer, folks. Remember their slogan, we're not experimenting on you, but also don't read the fine print. Though I have to say, time manipulation is a new one. Usually it's just social experiments. Speaking of time, it's time for our traffic and weather update for all you late-night travelers. Traffic report. The migration of iridated death crabs continues to cause delays on the old I-95. Consider alternative routes, like literally anywhere else. Survivor tip, they're attracted to flashlights and screaming, so travel dark and quiet. Weather update. Rad storm approaching from the glowing sea. All humans advised to seek shelter. Ghouls remember to exfoliate. It's nature's spa day. Expect green skies, limited visibility, and a 70% chance of developing a third nostril if you stay outside too long. And a special note, Mirelurk mating season begins tomorrow. If you hear clicking, either a Mirelurk is looking for love or your Geiger counter is broken. Either way, run. Nothing ruins your day like being caught between a Mirelurk and its romantic intentions. Now, let's slow things down with a little music.
Our love is wrong, dear. They say it can't be. Kissing in shadows so no one can see. My heart aches yet I know it's true. I'll risk it all to be close to you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Forbidden dreams, why must they haunt me so? Each secret kiss means no one else can know. But I'd trade forever if only it seems that you'll stay beside me in these forbidden dreams.
Yes, forbidden love makes my remaining heartstrings tingle. Let's see here. Oh, we've got another caller waiting. Wasteland Comm Line 5. You're live across the capital Wasteland.
Don't say my name. I'm calling from, Point Lookout. Something strange is happening here, man. Something wrong.
Point Lookout, home of swamp folk, mirelurks, and fog that probably violates several pre-war environmental regulations. What's happening in everyone's favorite vacation nightmare?
I've been, scavenging near the old research facility on the north side. Started seeing people. But, they don't move right. They ain't moving right.
Point Lookout residents not moving right? I hate to break it to you, but that's been a thing since the bombs fell. Something about the water there.
No, Rads, I'm not. Look, this is something different. Their arms and legs, they bend in directions they shouldn't bend. And their smiles are too wide. Like physically, impossibly wide. I watched one of them turn their head completely backward while their body kept walking forward.
Well, sounds like you found the annual Wasteland yoga retreat. Or possibly a settlement that discovered a vodka still. Flexibility is important in these trying times.
Rads, I'm being serious here. They walk like Like they don't understand how bodies are supposed to work or something. It's like they're wearing human suits that don't fit right. And they're all heading toward the old research center at exactly midnight every single night.
Midnight gatherings of anatomically incorrect people. Could be a new cult. The Wasteland does love its cults. Better fashion sense than the children of Adam, at least.
I followed one, Rads. I don't know how to say this, like, it flickered. Flickered like it was there and not there at the same time. And when it reached the facility, it just passed through the wall. Not through a door, through a solid wall. Oh God, they're outside. How did they find me? I can see them through the boarded windows, their faces. Their faces are all wrong.
Maybe it's time to relocate your scavenging operation. May I suggest, literally anywhere else?
They're coming through the walls. The walls, they should be able to...
Well, that was certainly dramatic. Let's hope our friend from Point Lookout just had a bad batch of rat roach meat. Hallucinations are a common side effect of, well, pretty much everything in the Wasteland, really. But speaking of things that probably don't exist, it's time for another word from our sponsors.
Have mysterious dimensional anomalies got you down? Worried about reality breaking apart at the seams? Try Vault-Tech's new reality stabilization pills.
Just one pill per day keeps those pesky time-space distortions at bay. I now see fewer impossible creatures, and I experience linear time as God and Vault-Tech intended.
Warning, side effects may include hallucinations, existential dread, and the unshakable feeling that you're actually in a simulation.
Vault-Tech. We caused most problems we now solve.
Weirdly specific advertising tonight, almost like they're listening to our calls. But that would require functioning surveillance technology and corporate entities that survive nuclear annihilation. Who do we have here? Wasteland Comline 6. Who's keeping the midnight oil burning?
Scribe Halen, Brotherhood of Steel, Eastern Division.
That's, significantly more information than I needed, but appreciate the thoroughness. What can the midnight oil do for the technology hoarders, preservers, of the Wasteland tonight?
I'm calling to report unusual energy readings we've detected from an old research facility near the edge of the capital Wasteland. The energy signatures don't match anything in our database. Elder Maxon is sending a team to investigate.
Found another coffee maker, have you? Don't let the Paladin hear you calling it unusual tech, or they'll confiscate my backup microphone.
This is serious. The readings show spikes of what our scientists are calling quantum fluctuations. They occur precisely at midnight each night and have been growing stronger over the past week.
Midnight again? Between you and the children of Adam and our Point Lookout scavenger, something seems to be happening at midnight. Maybe the Wasteland is turning into a quantum pumpkin.
We believe it may be connected to pre-war experiments conducted by the government. According to recovered files, they were attempting to harness quantum energy as a power source, or possibly a weapon.
Because that always ends well. What's your interest? Planning to stick it in a suit of power armor?
Our interest is preventing dangerous technology from falling into the wrong hands. I'm calling to warn people. To warn people to stay away from any pre-war research facilities, especially between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m.
A public service announcement from the Brotherhood of Steel. Now I've heard everything.
One more thing. We've received reports of people acting strangely near these facilities, moving incorrectly, appearing in multiple places. If you observe anyone exhibiting these behaviors, do not approach them. Report their location to the nearest Brotherhood patrol.
So you can do what exactly? Ask them nicely to stop breaking physics?
That's classified. Just stay away from the anomalies. Brotherhood out.
The Brotherhood of Steel. Solving the Wasteland's problems by confiscating them and not telling anyone what they're doing. A time-honored tradition. Okay, let's take another break here. How about this little number?
Strange things are happening tonight. Shadows shifting, pale moonlight. Reality trembles, always at midnight. Hold tight, my darling. Stay by my side. Don't run, baby. This dimension slips away. Let worlds unravel. Promise me you'll stay. Don't run, baby. I'll hold you anyway. Don't run, even if reality breaks today.
Ah, yes. Solid survival advice set to music. Remember, kids, running just activates their predatory instincts. Walk casually toward the nearest building while maintaining eye contact and keeping your weapons ready. I think we might be ready for another call. Let's see. Yes. Wasteland comm line 7. Who's burning the midnight oil out there?
This is Dr. Preston from Rivet City Medical. Wanted to reach out about something. Something concerning we're seeing in patients lately.
Medical mysteries in the Wasteland. Let me guess, new and exciting radiation symptoms? Extra toes? Glowing bodily fluids?
I wish it were that simple. We're seeing patients showing impossible symptoms. They're remembering things that never happened. Places that don't exist.
Well, that's just Tuesday in the Wasteland. I still remember the good old days when, in reality, I was probably just eating rat roaches in a sewer somewhere.
No, this is different. They have detailed, consistent memories of events that couldn't have happened. One patient described working at Nuka-Cola plant that was never built. Another remembers growing up in a settlement that, according to every map and record, doesn't exist.
Well, that's fascinating. And medically concerning, I'm sure.
Yes, but here's the truly disturbing part. Sometimes they just flicker.
Flicker? Like my commitment to sobriety, or actually disappear and reappear?
The latter. One moment they're sitting on the examination table, and the next they're gone. Just for a split second. I mean, blink and you'd miss it. But on the medical instruments, their vitals flatline completely during those moments. They stop existing.
That's not normal, even by our significantly relaxed Wasteland standards of normal.
All the affected patients report being near pre-war research facilities recently. And all of them describe having the same dream. Standing in a white room with multiple versions of themselves, while something watches from behind a glass wall.
Well, that's not ominous at all. Any treatment working?
Nothing conventional. But we've noticed the symptoms decrease when patients are surrounded by lead shielding. Almost like blocking something beyond radiation.
Lead-lined hats for everyone, then? Is that what we're saying? Wasteland fashion takes another exciting turn.
I'm just warning people to to stay away from old research facilities. Especially at...
Let me guess. At midnight.
Yes. Midnight. How did you know that?
I'm just connecting some dots from our callers tonight. Seems midnight is the new happy hour for quantum weirdness.
I have to go now. More patients coming in, but please, tell your listeners. They must take this seriously.
You know, folks, I usually dismiss these kind of patterns as coincidence or too much jet, but we're hearing some consistently weird reports tonight. The children of Adam's prophecies, Point Lookout scavengers, bendy people, Brotherhood's energy readings, and now medical anomalies. So I've been going through these reports, and here's where it gets weird. Every location with these flickering people or wrong movements is built on or near old world research facilities, or places where they were messing with things mankind wasn't meant to mess with, like Diet Nuka-Cola or quantum physics. The Church of Eternal Glow's scripture mentions the Great Divide, opening when the machines of old sing together. Anyone else notice the power surges happening across the wasteland at exactly midnight for the past week? But before we go full conspiracy theorist, let's hear from our favorite corporate sponsor.
Feeling the wasteland blues? Need a pick-me-up that might also pick your atoms apart?
Try Nuka-Cola Quantum, now with even more isotopes for that extra kick. The drink that makes your insides tingle, literally.
Nuka-Cola Quantum. Your urine will glow for weeks, but boy is it worth it.
Available wherever fine beverages are scavenged. Remember, if it doesn't make your Pip-Boy crackle, it's not Quantum.
Nothing washes down existential dread like a beverage that doubles as a nightlight. Wasteland Com Line 8, you're live across the wasteland.
Finally got through. This is Dr. Morrison, formerly of Mass Fusion. I've been around since before the bombs. Feels like it. I've been trying to reach someone about what's happening.
A pre-war ghoul scientist, now things are getting interesting. What illuminating pre-war wisdom can you share with us, Doc?
I know what's causing these anomalies. I was part of the team that created them. Or at least the technology that's now malfunctioning.
Ladies and gentlemen, the plot thickens. Do tell all.
Before the war, the government had a network of research facilities working on something called Project Dimensional Resonance. The goal was to observe and potentially access parallel realities.
Because one nuclear wasteland wasn't enough, we needed the multiverse of madness.
It was theoretical then, but we built devices, resonators that could thin the barriers between our dimensions and let us peek through, so to speak. The bombs didn't just destroy the world. They weakened reality itself in certain places. And now, after all these years, something's trying to push through.
So you're saying the radiation cultists were accidentally right? That's going to make them unbearable to talk to.
There's a reason these old research facility sites were built where they were. The boundaries were already thin there, naturally. Certain places where reality has wrinkles. The church built their temples on the same spots because people naturally feel different there.
I see, and what exactly is trying to come through? More humans? Better humans? Hopefully humans with better fashion sense than raiders?
Not humans. No. Not as we understand them. We call them observers. They exist in a reality where physics works differently. Time isn't linear. Where consciousness isn't confined to a single physical form.
Folks, I don't know if you can hear that, but my equipment is going haywire. Might be time to check your home for interdimensional weakness, or just grab that emergency bottle of whiskey.
Listen to me. Resonators are activating because of power surges in the old grid. They're drawing energy from working power plants. To stop this, people need to... At midnight, all at the same, we need to disconnect. Mainframe overrided facility.
Well, that was dramatic and potentially apocalyptic. Normally I'd write this off as the ramblings of radiation-soaked brains, but, well, Wastelanders, my studio appears to be experiencing some, creative redecorating. The walls are doing things walls shouldn't do, and I'm pretty sure my coffee cup just winked at me. In related news, I can now confirm that the children of Adam aren't completely wrong, which is perhaps the most terrifying news I've delivered in 200 years of broadcasting. If you're near a church of the eternal glow site, maybe consider a vacation somewhere far away like the Mojave. For those of you who aren't near one, congratulations, your apocalypse remains the standard nuclear variety, not the extra-dimensional upgrade package. Well, while we sort out this whole fabric of reality tearing situation, here's a little jingle to keep you going. If we're going to experience interdimensional anomalies, we might as well have a soundtrack.
There's a door that's opening slowly in the dark where secrets hide. Strangers whisper, for it's as lonely from a place on the other side. Something's coming through from worlds we never knew. Hear them calling, softly falling, whispers coming through. Keep me near, I fear it's true. The something's coming through.
And we're back. Situation update. My microphone tried to melt into my hand. Several of my holotapes have rewound themselves to recordings I never made. And I'm pretty sure I just saw myself walk past the studio window twice. But the show must go on. Wasteland Com Line 9. Please tell me you have some good news.
The resonators, they're all activating at once. I'm at the Robco research facility, and the whole building is pulsing like it's breathing.
Are you with the Brotherhood, Dr. Morrison? Anyone who knows how to stop this madness?
No, I'm just a scavenger who picked the wrong night for a supply run, but I overheard the Brotherhood team. They said something about a main control terminal in the basement level, if someone could reach it. Oh God. The air is folding. I can see the air folding. I can see through it. There's another world. On the other side, there are figures moving through the opening.
What? What do they look like? Are they armed? Are they hostile?
They don't look like anything. They look like shapes. The shapes that keep changing. There's too many angles. Eyes where there shouldn't be eyes. There.
I'm going to assume that wasn't a positive development. Folks, I'm not one for panic, but if you're near any pre-war research facility right now, it might be a good time to relocate quickly. And If you see anything that moves wrong or doesn't quite look solid, don't approach it, don't talk to it, and definitely don't invite it in for a drink. For those with access to power systems, Dr. Morrison seemed to think cutting power to these facilities might help. It's worth a try, especially if the alternative is meeting the new interdimensional neighbors. Even my equipment is trying to become multidimensional. That's going to be a fun repair bill. Oh, and that is the emergency broadcast tone.
This is an emergency broadcast from the Brotherhood of Steel to all settlements in the capital Wasteland. Multiple dimensional anomalies have been detected at the following locations: Robco Research Facility, Mass Fusion Containment Site, Vault 111, National Isolated Radio Array, and the former ArcJet Systems building. All civilians are ordered to evacuate to a minimum safe distance of 5 miles from these locations. Brotherhood forces are deploying to contain the situation. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill.
Well, that's reassuring. The Brotherhood of Steel is on the case. I feel safer already. Nothing says we've got this under control like an evacuation order for half the Wasteland. While the Brotherhood attempts to shoot physics into submission, let's hear from one more caller. Wasteland Comm Line 10. You're live in what might be our final broadcast. No pressure.
Glory to Adam, the division is upon us. The great glow has opened the way for those who wait between.
The children of Adam, right on cue. Enjoying your apocalypse, High Confessor?
We stand at the crater's edge, witnessing the fulfillment of prophecy. The air splits like Adam itself, and the many-angled ones emerge. They reach for us with limbs of possibility, offering division beyond our wildest dreams.
That sounds horrifying, actually. You're not concerned that these many-angled ones might not have your best interests at heart?
They are beyond such concepts. They offer transcendence. Already our brothers and sisters who have been touched are changing, becoming more than human. Their forms shift and multiply. Their eyes see across all realities at once.
So, they're turning into these things? And you're okay with this?
It is glorious. Brother Gamma now exists in 3 places simultaneously. Sister Theta's consciousness has expanded across 12 bodies. We are becoming as gods. The great division comes for all. Even now, they spread from our holy sites to seek new vessels. Adam's glory cannot be contained.
Wait a minute, they're spreading beyond the research facilities?
The barriers fall everywhere. Reality yields to superior existence. All shall be transformed. And what? No, wait, I'm not ready yet. I haven't completed the final right. No.
Well, that was concerning. Sounds like even the folks who wanted this apocalypse are having second thoughts. No, we have another emergency broadcast cutting in.
This is Elder Maxson. The Brotherhood has engaged the entities at all primary sites. Conventional weapons have limited effect. We are deploying experimental pulse technology to disrupt the resonance fields. All civilians with Pip-Boys, turn to frequency 140.4 for emergency updates. Avoid any individuals displaying unusual movements or physical distortions. Do not approach the affected research facilities under any circumstances.
Well, you heard the man. Stay away from weird science buildings and people doing the interdimensional shuffle. And tune to the Brotherhood frequency if you want military updates delivered with zero charm or personality. My equipment seems to be normalizing. Either the Brotherhood's pulse technology is working, or the interdimensional beings got a good look at our world and decided it wasn't worth the trouble. Can't say I blame them. Post-nuclear apocalyptic wasteland slightly used needs work isn't the most appealing real estate listing. Well. Wastelanders. It seems we might survive this particular Tuesday after all. The weird distortions in my studio seem to be fading, and I haven't seen any alternative versions of myself in at least 5 minutes. Progress. I think that will be all for tonight's broadcast of the Midnight Oil. Remember, folks, in a world where two-headed cows and walking corpses like myself are normal, maybe interdimensional horrors are just the next logical step in Wasteland evolution? Until tomorrow night, assuming there is one. This is DJ Rads, reminding you that whether it's raiders, deathclaws, or beings from beyond space and time, the Wasteland was already trying to kill you anyway.
This has been The Midnight Oil with DJ Rads, brought to you by Radiation King Televisions. They don't work anymore, but they make excellent helmets in a pinch. Radiation King, proudly emitting harmful particles since 2052.
You've been listening to Galaxy News Radio, broadcasting across the capital Wasteland. Remember, reality distortions and existential dread should be reported to your local Brotherhood representative. Remaining human is mandatory.
Coming up next, we'll have a little song to play us out, followed by 6 hours of static interference that may or may not contain messages from beyond the veil of reality. Or it just could be my ancient broadcasting equipment finally giving up. Either way, it'll sound better than my ex-wife's holotape collection. Good night. Sleep tight.
When the stars fade away and the moonlight turns dim, I find solace in dreams where you linger within. Gone are the shadows the whispers of fright. Since you promised me love, there's no more sleepless nights. No more sleepless nights, no more tearful sighs. In your arms I found my paradise. Your love's a beacon, shining so bright. With you by my side, there's no more sleepless nights. When the dawn breaks anew and the world starts to wake, I cherish our moments. It's the love that we make, with laughter and warmth. We dance through the day in this sweet harmony. There's no more sleepless nights. No more sleepless nights, no more tearful sighs. In your arms I found my paradise.
You're listening to Galaxy News Radio, broadcasting across the capital Wasteland, the voice of survival in these uncertain times. It's time to burn the midnight oil with your host, the ghoul with the golden voice, DJ Rads.
Good evening, Wastelanders. It's midnight in the apocalypse, and you're tuned to the Midnight Oil with yours truly, DJ Rads, the smoothest voice this side of radiation poisoning. Broadcasting to all you night owls, insomniacs, and the tragically mutated who no longer require sleep. We've got your next hour covered with Wasteland updates, caller segments, and music that's almost as old as I am. Current Wasteland status shows raiders getting increasingly creative with their fashion choices. Reports of one gang near Jury Street wearing mannequin heads as shoulder pads. Not sure if it's intimidating or just inconvenient when trying to turn your head, but hey, that's the Wasteland. Super mutant migration patterns shifting eastward. Residents of Canterbury Commons advised to bring all small pets and smaller relatives indoors. Remember, folks, if it can fit in a shopping cart, it can fit in a super mutant stew pot. And my personal favorite story of the week, someone's pet mole rat in Megaton apparently made off with an entire stash of bottle caps. If you see a suspiciously wealthy rodent attempting to make purchases, please report it to the local authorities. Though I imagine most vendors have a strict no mole rat policy already. And, as always, our comm channels are open for your calls. Okay, Wasteland, com, line 1. You're live across the capital Wasteland.
Yeah, hello, this is Hank from Canterbury Traders. I got a bone to pick with these Brahmin breeders doubling their prices. This highway robbery, I tell you.
Brahmin inflation hitting hard, is it? Though, with 2 heads, you are technically getting twice the cow.
It ain't just the prices. These new Brahmin are acting bizarre. Had one that kept walking in circles because the heads couldn't agree on a direction. Another one would only moo at night, kept the whole caravan awake.
Twice the cow, twice the trouble, as they say. Have you considered investing in the significantly less complicated, if slightly more irradiated, single-head variety?
Those are even worse. Last one I bought glowed in the dark. Couldn't even sneak past anything at night with a giant nightlight leading the way. Lost 2 shipments to raiders who could spot us from miles away.
The Wasteland's first tactical disadvantage Brahmin. Maybe sell it to someone looking to read after dark. Multi-purpose livestock is all the rage these days.
Yeah, laugh it up, Rads. Laugh it up. Real funny. Just warning your listeners. Check your Brahmin for normal behavior before buying. Well, normal for Brahmin, anyway.
Words of wisdom from the trails. Thanks for the update, Hank. Okay, let's see here. Wasteland Com, line 2. You're on the air.
Hi. This is Ellie from Megaton. I'm calling because, well, this is going to sound crazy, but I've been having these weird dreams. Really vivid ones.
Wasteland nightmares, let me guess. Attacked by rat scorpions? Falling into a vat of fev? The classic one where you're naked in front of a death claw?
No, that's just it. They're nice dreams. They're really nice. I'm in this house. Pre-war. Perfect condition. Wide picket fence, green lawn, robot butler. I have a husband. I have a husband named Robert and a daughter named Sarah. We eat breakfast together every morning. Sugar bomb cereal.
Sounds like the American dream. Pre-mushroom cloud edition.
But here's the weird part. I've never been married. I don't have kids. But in these dreams, I can tell you everything about this house. The wallpaper in the bathroom is blue with little sailboats. The kitchen has a yellow refrigerator with a dent on the right door. It's so specific. It's so specific. It feels like memories. Yeah, memories, not dreams.
The mind is a strange thing, especially after a few hundred rads, though I have to say, dreaming of intact plumbing is surely the Wasteland's most common fantasy.
I wake up crying sometimes, missing these people who never existed. It's been happening for, well, I think it's been happening for about a week now. Same dream all the time.
Well, Ellie, I'd recommend cutting back on whatever chems you're taking before bed. Sounds like you found a pleasant mental vacation spot, at least. Maybe your brain is just giving you a break from all this wasteland.
Maybe, Rads. Maybe. Well, thanks for listening anyway.
That's what we're here for. Pleasant dreams, Ellie, from Megaton. And now, we have a word from our sponsors.
Got raiders on your tail? Super mutants eyeing your settlement?
Then you need to visit Radioactive Rubens Weapons Emporium. We've got guns, we've got ammo, we've got things that aren't technically weapons, but can definitely kill someone if you try hard enough.
My weapons are guaranteed to hit the target 60% of the time, every time.
Radioactive Rubens Weapons Emporium. Because in the Wasteland, it's kill or be killed, and being killed is such a drag.
Ah, yes, nothing says safety and security like shopping at a store with radioactive in the name. Let's hear more from you, burning the midnight oil out there. Let's see here, Wasteland Comm Line 3, you're live across the wasteland.
Human radio man. Need song.
Well, this is a first. We've got ourselves a super mutant caller with a musical request. What can I play for you, big fella?
Need soft music. Heard little box make a sounds about feelings. Human feelings hard. Music help head not smash.
I honestly didn't see this conversation going this way. You're looking for something emotional? Maybe some ballads?
Yes. Yes. Heard word. Love. Don't know love, but song make feel strange. Less want to smash things.
Well, I'll be irritated. Transformative power of music, folks. Even affects our green-skinned friends. I'll dig up something special for you later in the show. Maybe some ghoulified Gloria and the Smooth Skins. They do a killer ballad about heartbreak.
Thank you, Radio Ghoul. Still probably smash humans later, but not while music plays.
Well, that's progress, I suppose. Baby steps toward interspecies harmony, with frequent breaks for smashing. Okay. Wasteland Comm Line 4. Who's burning the midnight oil out there?
This is Officer Martinez from River City Security. I don't usually call into shows, but I heard that woman from Megaton, and this might sound a bit weird, but I've been having the same dream.
The same dream? White picket fence, pre-war house situation?
Exactly that. Husband named Robert, a daughter named Sarah. We even ate sugar bombs for breakfast. The bathroom wallpaper was blue with sailboats, and there's a yellow refrigerator with a dent. It's exactly what that woman described.
Now, that's getting into curious territory. You two know each other? Planning an elaborate prank on your favorite ghoul DJ?
No, Rads. I've never met her in my life. I've never been to Megaton, but I've had this dream every night for a week. And it's so real. It's so real that I started keeping a journal about this. This, other life I seem to have.
Well, two unrelated listeners having identical dreams. Either this is the most elaborate radio prank since the Great Brahmin Mooing Contest, or something genuinely strange is happening. More strange than usual for the Wasteland, which is saying something.
I thought I was losing my mind until I heard her call. These aren't just dreams. You know, they feel like memories. Yeah. Memories of someone else's life.
The plot thickens, Wastelanders. Anyone else out there experiencing these pre-war domestic bliss dreams? Our lines are open, but first, let's check the traffic and weather for all you late-night travelers. Traffic report shows Mirelurk mating season creating major delays along the Potomac. Remember, folks, when you see them doing their elaborate courtship dances, just back away slowly. Nothing kills the mood like becoming part of a Mirelurk wedding buffet. Weather forecast predicts a beautiful rad storm rolling in from the glowing sea around 3 a.m. Expect the usual limited visibility, increased radiation levels, and that lovely green glow that makes finding your drop items so much easier. Perfect weather for ghouls. Terrible for everyone else. Pack your rat away and maybe a good book. All right. Wasteland comm line 5. You are live on the Wasteland.
Hey, radio man. This is, let's just say, Blade, because that sounds cool. Calling about a very serious dispute, you know what I'm saying?
Nothing like drunk dialing a radio station. What's the nature of this very serious dispute, Blade?
Well, my gang, we had this collection, right? We had this collection of teddy bears, perfect condition, set them all up nice in our camp, but then someone looking at you, Skull Crusher. Someone said they were unraider-like, and he threw them in a bonfire.
Teddy bear collecting raiders? The Wasteland never ceases to amaze, so you're looking for what exactly? Conflict resolution? Replacement teddies?
I want you to tell everyone that raiders can like cute things too. You know, we're not just about spikes, leather and human body parts. Some of us, appreciate the finer things in life.
A raider with a soft spot for pre-war plushies? You know, in the category of raider hobbies, this is refreshingly non-violent, though I imagine those bears saw some things in your camp that would scar a real child for life.
They were our friends. Little fuzzy. Little fuzzy friends. They didn't judge us for our life choices. Yeah.
Well, listeners, if you stumble across pristine teddy bears in your wasteland wanderings, apparently there's a niche market among the more sentimental raider community. Who knew?
Just tell Skullcrusher he's a jerk. And I want Mr. Buttons back. We all want Mr. Buttons back. Even if he's all burned up. Mr. Buttons.
And there goes another wasteland relationship up in flames. Much like Mr. Buttons probably is. Wasteland Comm Line 6. Who's keeping the midnight oil burning out there?
Hey, this is Marcus with Crimson Caravan. Okay, I'm calling about those dreams people mentioned. I've been having them too. Same house, same family.
Another one? This is getting genuinely interesting. Same details as the others?
Exactly the same. But I can tell you more. The man's full name is Robert Fairfield. His wife is Sarah. And they have a daughter named Timmy. Or no, wait. It's the daughter named Sarah and the son named Timmy. And they live on Sycamore Street. Yeah, that's right, in Sycamore Street, in a place called Sanctuary Hills.
That's remarkably specific for a dream. Any idea why you suddenly have someone else's family scrapbook playing in your head at night?
Okay, Rads, this is gonna sound weird, but the dreams started after we camped near the old military installation last week. A place called Arlington Memory Facility. There was some kind of power surge in the night. It lit up the whole building. Next morning, dreams started.
Arlington Memory Facility. Now, that's an interesting coincidence of names. Anything else unusual happen there? Strange noises? Mysterious figures? The usual abandoned building special features?
Nothing obvious, but I swear the building wasn't... It wasn't on any of our maps. It just sort of appeared, like it had always been there. But none of us remembered seeing it on previous routes.
The blood thickens, like a poorly mixed bowl of Instamash. Okay, let's hear another commercial, and then we'll take more calls on this collective dreamscape phenomenon.
Are you drowning in useless junk? Is your life literally buried under worthless pre-war garbage?
Then bring it all to Crazy Mo's Salvage. I'll buy anything. Broken toasters, dented cans, unexploded ordnance, human remains. If you can drag, carry, or roll it to my shop, I'll give you caps for it.
Crazy Moe's Salvage, located in the bombed-out supermarket with a giant mutated Venus flytrap out front. You can't miss it.
Crazy Moe's Salvage isn't liable for injuries during transport. Offer void for items that explode, melt, or qualify as biohazards.
You know you're desperate when you're selling your junk to someone with crazy in their business name. Okay. Wasteland Comm Line 7. You're live with DJ Rads.
They're listening. The Brotherhood. They're everywhere. Confiscating harmless appliances.
Not our regular conspiracy theorist again. To what technological injustice have you been subjugated to this week?
They took my coffee maker. Said it was dangerous pre-war tech that could be repurposed for unauthorized applications. It made coffee. Slightly radioactive coffee, but still just coffee.
The Brotherhood's ongoing war against modern conveniences continues. Though, to be fair, I once saw a modified coffee maker that could launch mini nukes, so they might have a point.
That's what they want you to think. First they take the coffee makers. Then they take the toasters. Next thing you know, they're confiscating shoelaces because they're tactical cordage with military applications.
Well, I think you might be overreacting just a smidge. Most Brotherhood soldiers I know are too busy shooting at super mutants to care about your kitchen appliances.
That's what they want you to think. Oh no. Wait. Someone's at the door. If I disappear, tell the world it was the Brotherhood's anti-coffee division. The truth must be.
Another caller lost to the great coffee maker conspiracy. If any Brotherhood members are listening, please return the man's coffee maker. A caffeine-deprived wasteland is a more dangerous wasteland. Okay, Wasteland Comm Line 8. You're live with DJ Rads.
The dreams. They're not dreams. They're memories. They're memories of my life.
Wait. What are you saying? Are you saying that are you Robert from the dreams?
Yes. My name is Robert Fairfield. I was, frozen before the war. Part of an experiment at a vault. They took my memories. Said they were preserving them. The American experience, they called it.
Vault-Tec and their experiments. Never a dull apocalypse with those folks involved. How did your memories end up in the heads of random wastelanders?
Well, the system, it was designed to broadcast, to implant. Project Dream Share. They were worried about losing knowledge after the bombs. They wanted to make sure people remembered the old world. How it was supposed to be. I need to find my family. Sarah might still be.
Hello? Robert? And he's gone. Well, Wastelanders, this story just got significantly more interesting. If what he's saying is true, we might have an actual pre-war popsicle walking around the wasteland looking for his family, while his memories take a tour through all your brains. Huh. Let's have some music while I process this little development. Here's a fresh hit.
A fresh hit from DJ Rads.
In the middle of the night, I close my eyes so tight. A vision comes to me, so strange yet so clear. Faces I've never known seem somehow like my own. Then morning breaks the spell, but the feeling's still here. Dreaming the same dream. Walking through the same scene. Stranger passing by with that look in their eye. Oh mercy, what can it mean? We're all dreaming the same dream.
Ah, beautiful. Beautiful and on point. Okay. Wasteland Comm Line 9. You're live on the air.
Hello? Mr. Radio Man? This is Timmy from Big Town. I'm not supposed to be up, but I saw a rad roach, and you're not gonna believe how big it was.
Young listener alert. Language, everyone. Language. Okay. Tell me about this impressive specimen of wasteland fauna, little Timmy.
It was this big. Like bigger than a vault door. And it had, it had teeth, like a death claw. And it ate my neighbor's Brahmin in one bite.
I see we have a future wasteland tail spinner on our hands. While I admire your storytelling flair, I'm pretty sure if a rad roach that size existed, we'd all be living under our insect overlords by now.
It's true. My dad said I was dreaming, but I wasn't. I was getting water,
And I saw it crawling over Mr. Peterson's house.
Well, keep an eye out for your giant rad roach, friend. Maybe next time try to get a picture for us. Now, you better get back to bed before your parents wake up and feed you to this monstrous bug.
Okay, Rads. But when it comes back, I'm gonna catch it and keep it as a pet.
The optimism of wasteland youth, thinking they can domesticate giant mutated insects. Oh, it's beautiful. Okay, let's see here. Wasteland Comm Line 10. You're live across the wasteland.
Dr. Ellington here, from Rivet City Science Lab. I believe I can explain the dream phenomenon people are experiencing.
Ah, a scientific perspective. Please enlighten us, Doctor.
Based on the described symptoms and the mention of the Arlington Memory Facility, we're likely seeing memory engrams being accidentally broadcast through dormant Robco tech. Many Pip-Boys and older terminals contain receivers that could potentially pick up these signals.
So, these aren't dreams, but actual pre-war memories. Let me get this right. Pre-war memories being beamed into people's brains. That's both fascinating and horrifying.
Precisely. Pre-war research into memory transfer was quite advanced. The military was especially interested in rapid training methods. Imagine downloading combat experience directly into a soldier's brain.
And now these signals are reaching people while they sleep? Well, why only at night?
The human brain is more receptive during REM sleep. And the broadcast may be intermittent or weak, only noticeable when other sensory input is minimized. Ghouls, interestingly, would be largely immune due to differences in brain structure post-radiation.
Finally, an upside to ghoulification, though. I wouldn't mind some pleasant pre-war memories to replace the slowly watching my skin fall off ones.
I'd recommend people stay away from that facility. Until we understand more, of course. Memory transfer technology was experimental and unstable. There could be side effects.
The wasteland, where even your dreams might kill you. Thank you for that cheerful assessment, Doctor. Now, let's hear from another sponsor.
Tired of that pesky radiation making your skin glow, your hair fall out, and your internal organs slowly fail?
Introducing the revolutionary Radaway shower system. Just step inside, pull the chain, and feel the cleansing power of Radaway washing over every inch of your irradiated body.
After just one Radaway shower, I grew back almost 30% of my hair. Some of it was on my palms, but that's still progress.
Radaway shower system. Because being clean is almost as good as being radiation-free.
Radaway shower system is not approved by any surviving medical authority. May cause skin irritation, chemical burns, or spontaneous mutation. Do not use if you are pregnant, might become pregnant, or have ever seen a pregnant person from a distance.
Nothing says squeaky clean like having your epidermis chemically removed. Wasteland Comm Line 11. Who's burning the midnight oil out there?
This is Overseer Williams. From a vault. I won't say which one. We've got a serious situation down here. 3 levels of our vault are completely flooded.
Infrastructure problems? The true enduring legacy of the pre-war world. What happened? Rad roach in the water purifier again?
It's worse. Someone tried to flush a mutated mole rat down the toilet. The whole sewage system backed up. And now the lower residential section is under 3 feet of, well, let's just call it very contaminated water.
The age-old question answered. What happens when you flush a mole rat? I'm guessing things went to shit, quite literally.
This isn't funny, Rads. We need someone with pre-war plumbing knowledge. Or at least someone with a really big pump and a strong stomach.
Well, I'll put out the word. This vault needs a Wasteland plumber. Payment presumably in clean water. Assuming you ever have any again. Any takers, just let us know and we'll find out which vault you're in.
Just send help. And maybe some air fresheners. A lot of air fresheners. If people phone in, I'll let you know which vault we're in.
Will do. Good luck with your crappy situation. I'm sorry. You set it up. It was there for the taking. Wasteland comm line 12. You're live across the wasteland.
These dreams aren't memories. They're alien mind control signals. The little green men are prepping us for harvest.
Oh, Tinfoil Terry's back, and it's been a while since your last alien conspiracy. How are the extraterrestrial overlords doing these days?
You mock, but I know the truth. These so-called memories are implanted suggestions designed to make us more compliant before the lizard men emerge from their underground bases.
Lizard men? I thought we were talking about aliens. That's a whole different conspiracy.
No, it's not. The aliens work with the lizard men. And the super mutants, they aren't failed experiments. They're the first wave of the hybrid breeding program. And the Brotherhood of Steel, all robots inside those power armor suits.
Well, that would explain their personalities. Any other Wasteland factions secretly controlled by your menagerie of conspirators?
DJ Rads isn't even a ghoul. He's actually 3 small aliens in a ghoul suit. The truth is out there. The frequency of the dreams matches the orbital rotation of the alien mothership. Wake up, Wastelanders, wake up!
And I think that's enough of that. For the record, I'm definitely a real ghoul, not multiple small aliens. The skin falling off is a pretty convincing costume, if it is one. Okay, Wasteland comm line 13. Please be a sane person.
Blessings of Adam upon you, speaker of the airwaves. I am Brother Vasifius of Adam's holy creator.
The children of Adam. Always a pleasure to hear from the Wasteland's most radiant believers. Let me guess, you think these shared dreams are messages from Adam?
Indeed. These are not mere memories, but divine visions, showing the world before division. Adam allows us glimpses of what once was, to better appreciate the glory of what now is.
So Adam is showing random Wastelanders pre-war domestic life to make them appreciate nuclear annihilation more? Interesting theological position.
The division was necessary.
Before, humanity lived in ignorant comfort. Now we are blessed with Adam's glow, transformed by his radioactive embrace. These dreams remind us of humanity's shallow existence before Adam's truth was revealed in nuclear fire.
So you're saying we should thank Adam for the apocalypse? I think most Wastelanders might have a slightly different perspective on that.
Non-believers always resist Adam's truth. But those experiencing these visions should come to our crater. Our special meditation chambers will help interpret these messages. For a small donation of caps or glowing materials, of course.
Ah, there's the sales pitch. Nothing says spiritual enlightenment like a small membership fee. Okay, let's take a music break, shall we?
The world goes dark around me. Your presence draws so near. Not invited, not forgotten. In this realm you reappear. Dream after dream, you're haunting me. A visitor I can't escape. These visions play on endlessly. Your dreams I cannot share.
Okay, and we're back. And that was kinda dreamy. Okay. Wasteland Comm Line 14, you're on the air.
Hello. I am from the Statesman Hotel Restaurant. I have created a culinary disaster of epic proportions.
Ah. A Wasteland Gordon Ramsay? What's cooking? Or rather, what's gone catastrophically wrong?
I attempted a rat scorpion souffle with a Meyer-look reduction. It was to be my masterpiece, but the souffle has gained a sentience and trapped my sous chef in the walk-in freezer.
I'm sorry. Did you say your dessert has gained sentience? Wasteland cooking truly is an extreme sport.
This is no laughing matter. It's pulsating and making clicking sounds. And it absorbed 3 forks when we tried to serve it. I fear it may be expanding.
It sounds like you've created the Wasteland's first culinary-based life form. Have you considered giving it a name? And charging admission? People will pay good caps to see a murderous dessert.
This is serious. It just oozed under the door. And now it's heading for the dining room. Monsieur, the customers. Ah!
And another Wasteland restaurant closes due to aggressive menu items. If you're in the Statesman Hotel area, maybe skip dessert tonight. Okay. Wasteland comm line 15. You're live.
I made it to a more stable communication point. This is Robert Fairfield again.
Well, our pre-war memory man returns. Robert, you've got quite a few people experiencing your greatest hits reel in their sleep. Care to elaborate on this Project Dreamshare business?
Yes. I was a participant in a government program before the war. And selected families representing ideal American values had their memories recorded. In case of nuclear destruction, these memories could be broadcast to survivors.
Propaganda by direct brain injection. Efficient, if ethically questionable. Why is it activating now, centuries later?
I was kept in cryostasis as the primary memory donor. The facility was designed to activate if my vital signs changed. When I awoke last week, after a power fluctuation, the system interpreted it as an emergency and began broadcasting my memories as a cultural preservation measure.
So your pre-war suburban bliss is now the Wasteland's most popular dream sequence. What happened to your family? Were they part of this popsicle experiment too?
They were supposed to be. My wife and daughter had chambers next to mine. But when I woke up, their pods were empty. The facility records show their life support failed decades ago. I thought they were gone. But then I heard people dreaming my memories. And I thought maybe.
You thought if your memory survived, maybe they did too.
Yes. I need to find anyone who might know what happened to them. The dreams people are having, they're from before the war, before the bombs fell. My family and I were supposed to go to a vault that day, but we were diverted to this facility instead.
Well, 2 centuries is a long time to be on ice, Robert. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but your family might not have made it, even if they escaped the facility.
I have to know. The system wasn't just broadcasting randomly. It was designed to seek compatible minds. People with genetic markers similar to my family. That's why I activated it. I thought it might help me find them, or their descendants.
Well, folks, you heard it here. If you're having these dreams, you might be genetically similar to Robert's long-lost family. The Wasteland's most unusual family reunion might be brewing. Okay. Wasteland Comm, line 16. You're live on the air.
This is Officer Brooks from River City Security. I'm just calling to report that one of those androids went haywire in the marketplace. The thing started spinning in circles, reciting pre-war cake recipes backwards.
Another synthetic human having an identity crisis? Seems to happen every other week in Rivet City these days.
This one's different. It seems triggered by people talking about those dreams you mentioned. It kept pointing at them, calling them memory echo receptors, and trying to access their Pip-Boys while muttering Robert, Sarah, and Sycamore Street.
Well, that's an interesting development given our current topic. Seems like the memory broadcast might be scrambling more than just organic brains.
No idea, but we had to shut it down. Yeah, thing went completely berserk when we tried to restrain it. I started shouting something about corrupted data streams and memory integrity violations.
Just another Tuesday in the Wasteland. Robot existential crises before breakfast. Memory broadcasts before dinner. Anything else unusual happening there?
Just the usual. Oh, wait, hold on. We're getting an emergency broadcast from the Brotherhood of Steel.
Okay, well, put it through if you can.
This is the Brotherhood of Steel. We are issuing an alert regarding the Arlington Memory Facility. Brotherhood forces have secured the perimeter of the facility due to dangerous pre-war technology activation. All civilians are ordered to maintain a minimum safe distance of 1 mile from this location. Anyone experiencing unusual dreams or memory phenomena should report to the nearest Brotherhood checkpoint for evaluation. This is not a drill.
Well, that sounds ominous. The Brotherhood's rolling out the power armor for this memory situation. Let's see if we can get some more information from our callers. Okay, Wasteland Comm Line 17, you're live across the Wasteland.
Hey there, fellow ghoul. I got a joke for you. Why did the ghoul get kicked out of the bar?
I'm almost afraid to ask. Why?
Because he couldn't keep his drink down. Or his skin on.
Hilarious. Ghoul humor. You really had to be there for the nuclear apocalypse to get it.
Wait. I got another one. What's a super mutant's favorite type of math?
I don't know. What?
Subtraction. Usually involving limbs. Get it? Subtraction.
Points for topical violence, I suppose, though I doubt many super mutants are concerned with arithmetic.
One more try. What's a ghoul's favorite breakfast food?
Let me guess. Something involving rotting food or failing body parts?
Scrambled eggs. Because we're always being told to scram. Scram.
And with that, I think we've reached our bad joke quota for the evening. Thanks for enlightening us. Let's see here. Wasteland comm line 18. Please restore my faith in radio callers.
Hello? Am I speaking with the radio man? This is Martha Wilson from River City.
You're on the air, Martha. What can DJ Rads do for you tonight?
I've been listening to everyone talking about these dreams. And about Robert and Sarah and little Timmy. And I recognized something.
You've been having the dreams too?
No. I'm too old to dream much anymore. But Sarah was my mother's name. And she used to tell me stories about my father, Robert. Said he was a soldier who never made it to the shelter when the bombs fell.
Martha, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'll be 196 next month, by my count. Mother and I escaped from some kind of facility when I was just a baby. She never talked much about it, but she kept a holotape, and I've never been able to play. It has Project Dreamshare written on it.
Martha, I think we might have Robert Fairfield on another line. The man from the dreams, and if I'm doing the math right...
Could it be, after all this time, my father?
Robert? Are you there? I think we might have found someone you're looking for.
I'm here. Martha Wilson? My mother always said your last name was Fairfield. She kept your old military tags. Said you were a hero. Sarah made it out. And you're my Timmy, but the record said my mother always said I was named after her father, Timothy. I never knew. She never told me.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Wasteland, I believe we're witnessing one of those rare moments when the apocalypse takes a backseat to something beautiful. A family separated by nuclear fire and 2 centuries, finding each other on a late-night radio show.
Where are you? I need to see you. Rivet City, upper deck room 307. I can't believe you're alive.
This might be above my pay grade as a late-night DJ, but I'd say this calls for a family reunion, Robert. Can you make it to Rivet City?
I'm already heading there. The Brotherhood tried to detain me, but I convinced them that this was important. I'll be waiting. I have so many questions. So many things Mother wanted to tell you.
And on that heartwarming note, let's take our penultimate call for the night. Wasteland Comm, line 19. You're on the air. Hello? Do we have an actual caller? I'm going to take that as a pocket dial from the Wasteland's most technologically advanced predator. Possibly our friend from the rat scorpion souffle met an unfortunate end. Either way, moving on to our final call of the night. Wasteland Comm, line 20. You're live on the air.
This is Senior Scribe Halen of the Brotherhood of Steel. We've secured the Arlington Memory Facility. Are working to shut down the memory broadcast safely.
Any chance you could wait until after our heartwarming family reunion? It does seem like Project Dreamshare has actually done some good for once.
We've been monitoring your broadcast. While the reunion is unexpected, the technology remains dangerous. We've detected memory contamination in subjects across the whole wasteland. Some are reporting memories that aren't their own becoming permanent.
So people are keeping Robert's memories? Even when they're awake now? That's going to make for some confused Wastelanders.
Unfortunately, yes. And there appears to be a secondary system that activated when Robert escaped Brotherhood custody. The facility's mainframe has begun transmitting more deeply buried memories. Military training, classified information, and personal traumas.
So instead of pleasant family breakfasts, people might start dreaming about what? Combat training? Nuclear launch codes?
Precisely. We've already had reports of civilians waking up with inexplicable military knowledge or technical skills they shouldn't possess. The system was designed for knowledge preservation. But without proper controls, it's becoming dangerous.
But you'll let Robert reach his daughter before you pull the plug, right?
Elder Maxson has authorized a 24-hour delay in system shutdown. The reunion has been deemed acceptable risk, given the circumstances. But all civilians experiencing these memories should report for evaluation afterward.
The Brotherhood showing a heart. Under all that power armor, now I've heard everything. Thanks for the update, Scribe. Well, Wastelanders, we've had quite the night. Shared dreams, pre-war memories, sentient desserts, and best of all, a family reunited across 2 centuries. If that doesn't give you a little hope for this irradiated wasteland of ours, I don't know what will. For our listeners experiencing these memory dreams, it seems the Brotherhood will be taking appointments for the next 24 hours before they shut down the system. Might be worth getting checked out, especially if you've suddenly developed the urge to recite military codes or bake pre-war pastries. As for Robert and Martha, I'd like to propose a toast. 200 years of separation, nuclear apocalypse, And wasteland chaos couldn't keep family apart. In a world that's constantly trying to kill us all, that's something worth celebrating. Let's wrap up with a weather forecast for all you night travelers. Expect the usual rad storm around dawn, followed by scorching wasteland heat. Perfect weather for a family reunion, memory contamination, or just good old-fashioned scavenging. This is DJ Rads, signing off from the Midnight Oil. Remember, Wastelanders, sometimes the strangest broadcasts lead to the most wonderful connections. Sleep tight. Dream your own dreams, if possible. And we'll do it all again tomorrow night. Assuming the Brotherhood doesn't mistake my transmitter for dangerous pre-war tech again. And let's go out to a little music. Good night.
Awaken from a frozen sleep into a world he cannot keep. Centuries have come and gone, but Robert's search must carry on. Oh, Robert walks through time, his daughter on his mind. Robert's eyes search every face in this strange and distant place. Oh, Robert, don't give up your quest. In dreams we love again.
You're listening to Galaxy News Radio, broadcasting across the capital wasteland, the voice of survival in these uncertain times. It's time to burn the midnight oil with your host, the ghoul with the golden voice, DJ Rads.
Good evening, Wastelanders. It's midnight in the apocalypse. And yes, you're tuned to the Midnight Oil with yours truly, DJ Rads. The smoothest voice this side of radiation poisoning. Broadcasting to all you night owls out there, insomniacs and creatures that literally can't sleep because mutation has eliminated your eyelids. We've got the next hour covered, as usual, with Wasteland updates, caller segments, and music that's almost as decayed as my skin. The current Wasteland weather shows unusual activity over the Arlington ruins. Scientists are calling it completely normal while running in the opposite direction. So take that as you will. Before we get to the callers, let me update everyone on the latest Wasteland news. Raiders are spotted near Tenpenny Tower. wearing an innovative blend of human bones and kitchenware. Wasteland fashion continues to push boundaries. Super mutant activity reported around Germantown, though they seem more interested in collecting teddy bears than eating humans. A welcome, if bizarre, change of pace. Brotherhood of Steel patrols have increased around the DC ruins, presumably searching for more working toasters to confiscate in the name of technological preservation. And Megaton's reactor has been fixed, so the town should stop glowing, an especially concerning shade of green, by next week. Okay, let's see here. Oh, looks like we've already got callers lining up. Wasteland Comm Line 1. You're live across the capital Wasteland.
Yeah, this is Hank from Canterbury Traders. Just warning travelers, Rads, that the northern caravan route has a nasty raider problem. I lost 2 brawmen already last week. These raiders got some fancy new tactics too. Hit at the same spot, same time, every night.
Sounds like someone's got their raider operations running like clockwork. Any identifying marks on these punctual pillagers?
Funny helmets made from Brahmin skulls. And, they've got this weird habit of checking their watches right before attacking. I mean, who the hell even has working watches anymore?
Timely raiders, well, that's a new one. When exactly are they striking for listeners who might be traveling that route?
Well, seems to be, Rad, seems to be exactly midnight every night. I'd say they're punctual enough to set your Pip-Boy by. Well, mine's been acting strange lately. That's another whole thing itself. I mean, it keeps resetting itself when I'm near that old research facility in Arlington.
Ah, yes. Pre-war tech. Causing post-war headaches for over 2 centuries. Might want to give that place a wide berth, Hank. Well, anything else travelers should know?
Yeah, one more thing, actually. These raiders, they say the exact same phrases every time they attack. Word for word, almost like they're reading from a script or something. Says like, hand over the Brahmin. We've been waiting for you. Really creeps me out.
Rehearsed raiders, bringing professionalism to post-apocalyptic robbery. Well, thanks for the warning, Hank. Wasteland Comm Line 2. Who's burning the midnight oil out there?
Hey, this is Michael from Rivet City Marketplace. I just had another argument with that Brotherhood scribe who keeps barging in all the time, knocking over my inventory, and then apologizing with the exact same words every time.
Ah, yes, Brotherhood of Steel social skills at their finest. Maybe he's rehearsing his apology?
Rats, it's like 3 times today, the same scribe, same clumsy move, same apology, same word for word, and he seems like confused when I tell him he's already done it before. Like
These Brotherhood types, they must be hitting the cams pretty hard.
Or maybe he just really likes your inventory. Well, what exactly is this repetitive klutz knocking over?
That's the thing. It's always my clock display. Always at the same time, too, right when they chime. I've got these pre-war clocks I fixed up. They're the only ones in Rivet City that still work. And this idiot targets them like they're magnetically attached to his power armor.
Brotherhood repetition syndrome. Terrible affliction. Causes victims to repeat the same pompous speeches about technology preservation over and over. Well, any other strange happenings in the floating metal city?
Now that you mention it, the doctor's been complaining about equipment in the science lab resetting itself. And one of the security guards swears he saw the same drunk patron fall off his bar stool in the exact same way 3 times in a row.
Well, sounds like someone's slipping something extra into Rivet City's water supply. Thanks for the report, Michael. Wasteland Com Line 3, you're live on the air.
Human radio man. Strong have question.
Well, a super mutant caller with an inquiry. What's your question, big guy?
Strong find human saying. It says, history repeats itself. Strong no understand. If human already do one thing, why do again? Humans stupid?
A philosophical super mutant? The Wasteland never ceases to amaze. It's just an expression, Strong. It means humans keep making the same mistakes over and over. Like dropping nuclear bombs or trying to pet rabid mole rats.
Strong think humans should try new mistakes. Old mistakes boring.
I can't argue with that logic. Here's to new and exciting catastrophes. Speaking of repetition, have you noticed anything unusual in your travels, Strong?
Strong see strange building near Arlington. Metal dishes moving in circles. Blue light at night. Human inside. Talk to machines.
Sounds like someone's got a pre-war facility up and running. Those dishes might be satellite uplinks, old world technology. Any other humans around there?
No humans. Only one inside. He talked to Strong once. He say, time is broken. Needs fixing. Strong think human crazy. Time, not a thing that breaks.
That's interesting. A solitary human trying to fix time at a pre-war communications facility? Just another Tuesday in the Wasteland. Thanks for the heads up, Strong. Wasteland Com Line 4, you're live on the air.
Time
is a circle, DJ Rads. The hands of the clock always return to where they started.
Well, cryptic caller hour has begun, I see. Have you got a name, time philosopher?
You can call me the Clock Maker. I've been monitoring your broadcast. It's providing valuable data for my experiment.
Experiment? What kind of experiment involves late-night radio call shows? Besides testing the limits of sleep deprivation, of course.
One that will change the wasteland forever. You see, Rads, your broadcast reaches so many minds simultaneously. The perfect network for my temporal resonance.
Temporal resonance? Are you the mystery man in Strong's satellite dish building?
Observant. Yes. The Arlington Temporal Research Facility is my home. Has been since before the bombs fell. We'll speak again, Rads. Soon. Very soon.
Well, that was delightfully ominous. Nothing says quality radio like mysterious callers with time fixations and pre-war experiments. I'm going to file that one under probable mad scientist and just move on. Now, let's take a quick commercial break and we'll be right back with more Wasteland weirdness.
Tired of your settlements being overrun by mutated creatures? Sick of raiders taking your hard-earned caps?
Then you need Wasteland Wally Security Solutions. We've got turrets, we've got traps, we've got guard dogs with twice the normal number of teeth.
My security systems are guaranteed to keep out 73% of all hostile creatures, and if they don't, well, at least you'll go down fighting. Plus, mention this ad and I'll throw in a free landmine. Pre-armed for your convenience.
Wasteland Wally's Security Solutions, because nothing says welcome like automated defense turrets.
Warranty void if security systems achieve sentience and turn against their owners. Wasteland Wally is not responsible for friendly fire incidents, explosive accidents, or guard dogs that develop a taste for their owner's cooking.
Pre-armed landmines as a promotional gift? That's either the best customer service in the Wasteland or a creative way to thin out your client base. Either way, Wasteland Wally's commitment to explosive hospitality is admirable, if not entirely safe for insurance purposes. Anyway, we've got time for more callers. Let's see here. Wasteland Comm Line 5. You're live on the air.
Hey, Rads. This is, Gob from Moriarty Saloon in Megaton. Got a weird one for you. All the clocks in Megaton stopped at midnight yesterday. And now everyone's having the same dream about being stuck in a loop.
Synchronized clock failure and shared dreams? Sounds like someone slipped something into Moriarty's moonshine. What kind of loop dream are we talking about?
People doing the same things over and over. Starting conversations the same way each time. Nova says she's dreamed about greeting the same customer 3 nights in a row. Exact same words. Exact same response.
Megaton's collective unconscious, working through some issues, perhaps? Any other strange occurrences besides the usual Megaton strangeness, I mean?
Yeah, actually. Every night at exactly midnight, there's this weird static burst on all radio frequencies. And just for a split second, everyone in the bar feels like they've done all this before.
Wasteland deja vu. Probably caused by radiation, questionable food choices, or the existential horror of post-apocalyptic existence. Nothing to worry about, I'm sure. Wasteland Commline 6. You're live on the Wasteland.
This is Senior Scribe Petrovich, Brotherhood of Steel. I'm calling to issue a warning about unusual energy readings we've detected coming from the Arlington region. All civilians should avoid the area until further notice.
The Brotherhood warning people away from technology instead of hoarding it? Now I know something must be wrong. What kind of energy readings are we talking about here, Scribe?
Our sensors detect temporal radiation, similar to what was theorized in pre-war research. It appears someone has activated old world technology that may be causing localized time distortions.
Time distortions? Like what exactly? Premature aging? Decelerated hangovers? The latter would be quite popular in Megaton.
Reports suggest minute localized time loops. Individuals experiencing the same moments repeatedly. It may seem harmless, but our data indicates the effect is growing stronger and covering a wider area with each passing hour. If unchecked, it could eventually trap the entire capital Wasteland in a perpetual midnight.
Eternal midnight? That would be terrible for my broadcasting schedule. Not to mention everyone else's lives. Any connection to the Arlington Temporal Research Facility that our listeners have been mentioning?
Affirmative. We believe that's the source. Elder Maxson has authorized a team to investigate, but we're proceeding with caution. The technology involved is unpredictable.
Well, listeners, you heard it here first. Avoid Arlington unless you want to get caught in a time pretzel. Now, let's close out this hour with Atomic Swing by the Neutron Cats, a Wasteland favorite about dancing while radioactive. This is DJ Rads, and we'll be right... What's happening here? What's that noise?
I don't feel right. Something weird is happening here. Oh my God.
You're listening to Galaxy News Radio, broadcasting across the capital wasteland, the voice of survival in these uncertain times. It's time to burn the midnight oil with your host, the ghoul with the golden voice, DJ Rads.
Good evening, Wastelanders. It's midnight in the apocalypse, and you're tuned to the... Wait. Didn't I just say that? I had a strange feeling of deja vu there. Anyway, you're tuned to the Midnight Oil with yours truly, DJ Rads. Current wasteland weather shows unusual activity over the Arlington ruins. Scientists are calling it... Wait. Haven't I said this already? I'm sorry, folks. It must be the radiation finally getting to what's left of my brain. Okay, let's take our first caller here. Wasteland Comm Line 1. You're live on the Wasteland.
Yeah, this is Hank from Canterbury Traders. Just warning travelers that the northern caravan route has a nasty raider problem. I lost 2 Brahmin already this week. These raiders have got some fancy new tactics, too. Hit the same spot, same time, every night.
Raiders with Brahmin skull helmets who check their watches before attacking every night. And they always say, "Hand over the Brahmin, we've been waiting for you."
How did you know that, Rads? Are you in cahoots with them?
No, not in cahoots. I'm having the strangest feeling that we've had this exact conversation before. Is your Pip-Boy malfunctioning by any chance? Sort of resetting to midnight?
Yeah. It's been doing that all day. What the hell is going on?
I'm not sure yet, but thanks for the call, Hank. I need to check something here. Wasteland Call Line 2? Let me guess before you answer. Is this Michael from Rivet City? With a Brotherhood scribe knocking over your clock display?
Yeah. This is Michael. I mean, how could you possibly know that, Rads? Are you psychic now? On top of being a ghoul?
I'm not psychic, Michael. I think I'm experiencing some sort of weird time loop that Brotherhood scribe Petrovich had warned about. Wait, did he warn about that yet? Is this... I'm getting confused.
What are you talking about, Rads? What time loop?
I think we're all trapped in some kind of temporal anomaly. I feel like I've already had this conversation. Check your clocks out there. Are they all showing midnight despite it being later?
Yeah, they are, all of them. And that Brotherhood scribe just knocked over my display for the 3rd time today. He said the exact same apology each time.
Because for him, it's the first time every time. Stay on the line, Michael. I need to confirm something. Wasteland Comm Line 3? Is that Strong? Our philosophical super mutant?
How did Radio Man know Strong's name? Strong no speak yet.
Because, Strong, we've had this conversation before, I'm pretty sure. And hold on a minute. You were going to ask me about the human expression, about history repeating itself, about why humans make the same mistakes instead of new ones?
That exactly right. That exactly what Strong want to ask. Radio Man have magic brain.
No, Strong. No, Radio Rads does not have a magic brain. Time is literally repeating itself. You mentioned, Strong, you mentioned a man at a facility with satellite dishes in Arlington. A man talking to machines about fixing time. I need to know more about him.
Man, very skinny. Man talk to machines like they're alive. He have metal parts on his head. He tells Strong, temporal experiment proceeding as calculated. When Strong asks what he does.
Metal parts on his head? That doesn't sound fully human. Wasteland Comm Line 4? Is that you, Clockmaker?
Very good, DJ Rads. You're catching on faster than I expected. Time is a circle, and you are beginning to see its curve.
What's happening here? Why do I feel like I've done this show already?
Because you have. And you will again. I'm enjoying this little experiment of ours. Your ghoul physiology makes you partially resistant to the temporal effect, allowing you to retain fragments of memory between loops, while others reset completely.
So I'm remembering past loops? Because I'm a ghoul? What exactly are you doing at this research facility?
There's the question. Creating the future. Or perhaps the past. With enough power, the distinction becomes meaningless. Your broadcast provides the perfect harmonic carrier wave for my temporal manipulator.
Wait a minute, you're using my radio show to power a time machine? Why?
All will be very clear soon. Or it already has been. Temporal grammar is so limiting. Until next time, DJ Rads.
Well, something's very wrong, listeners. I believe we're caught in a time loop, and this clockmaker is responsible. Let me check my equipment and we'll go to commercial.
Tired of your settlements being overrun by mutated creatures? Sick of raiders taking your hard-earned caps?
Then you need Wasteland Wally Security Solutions. We've got turrets, we've got traps, we've got guard dogs with twice the normal number of teeth.
My security systems are guaranteed to keep out 73% of all hostile creatures, and if they don't, well, at least you'll go down fighting. Plus, mention this ad and I'll throw in a free landmine. Pre-armed for your convenience.
Wasteland Wally's Security Solutions, because nothing says welcome like automated defense turrets.
Warranty void if security systems achieve sentience and turn against their owners. Wasteland Wally is not responsible for friendly fire incidents, explosive accidents, or guard dogs that develop a taste for their owner's cooking.
Pretty sure I've heard that ad before. Well, it seems we're in a loop and things are shifting slightly with each cycle. Let me see if I can reach... I think it's Brotherhood Scribe Petrovich again. Okay. I'm trying to contact the Brotherhood, but all frequencies are showing unusual interference. I'm picking up strange patterns in the static. It's almost like a pulse or a heartbeat. Let me see. Oh my God.
You're listening to Galaxy News Radio, broadcasting across the capital wasteland, the voice of survival in these uncertain times. It's time to burn the midnight oil with your host, the ghoul with the golden voice, DJ Rads.
Good evening, Wastelanders, and you're tuned to the... Wastelanders, if you're experiencing deja vu, you're not alone. I believe this is the third time I've started this exact same broadcast. Something very strange is happening. With time itself, I believe. My studio clock seems to be frozen. I believe I'm stuck in some kind of time loop. And I know exactly who's responsible. There's this clockmaker. Yes, there's a clockmaker at Arlington Temporal Research Facility who's using my broadcast signal to power some kind of time manipulation device. And each loop, I think, lasts around 10 to 15 minutes, I think, before resetting, or it seems to get a little bit shorter each time. I appear to be partially immune due to my ghoul physiology, allowing me to remember some of these past loops. Okay, I just need to get on with the show here. I'm going to take some calls. Wasteland Comm Line 1. I believe we have Hank from Canterbury Raiders. Is that correct? Are your Brahmin skull helmets attacking the same time each night? Is that correct?
What the hell? How the hell did you know that? Yeah, that's right. How the hell did you know that, Rads?
Because I've heard you say it twice already, Hank. I need you to check something for me, Hank. Is your Pip-Boy clock functioning normally?
Now that you mention it, no. It's been showing midnight for the past hour. I thought it was just broken.
It's not broken, Hank. Time itself is looping. Now look, I need your help. You're near one of those radio relay towers that boost my signal across the wasteland, right?
Yeah? About half a mile from the Western Relay Station. Well, what do you need?
Next loop. I need you to get to that relay tower and be ready to cut its power at exactly 12:14. Can you do that?
Cut the power? Sure, I guess, but will I remember this conversation if what you're saying is true? If we all reset?
I'm not sure. I'm so confused. I'm working on that. Just stay tuned. Wasteland Comm Line 2, Michael from Rivet City with the Repetitive Brotherhood scribe, I believe.
Yeah. That's weird. How did you know that? Rads? How did you know that?
Listen, Michael. We've had this conversation. We're caught in a time loop, Michael. The Eastern Relay Tower for Galaxy News Radio is on Rivet City's deck, correct?
Yes. The Brotherhood maintains it. Why?
I need you to find Brotherhood Scribe Petrovich. Tell him I need a frequency modulation on that relay tower exactly at 12:14 in the next loop. Can you do that?
Yes, I suppose, but I mean, am I gonna remember what to do if time resets? Or if what you're saying is true? This is crazy.
I know. Look, I'm going to try something. I've got to try something here, Michael, to help with that. Just keep on listening. Wasteland Comm Line 3? Strong, our philosophical mutant? Are you there?
Strong here. Radio Man. With a magic brain see the future. Radio Man. Like Strong's question about humans repeating mistakes.
That's right, Strong. Now, I need your help. That building with the satellite dishes you told me about? Can you and your brothers go there?
Strong can go. Why? Place makes Strong's head hurt.
That's the source of our problem here, I believe. The man inside is trapping us all in this time loop in the next loop at exactly 12:14. I need you to damage those satellite dishes. Can you do that for me?
Strong good at smashing. Will smash dishes at time Radio Man says. But how will Strong remember if time loops?
I know. It's all very confusing, Strong. I'm working on that. Let's see here. Wasteland Comm Line 4. I know you're listening, Clockmaker.
Very good, DJ Rads. Full awareness in just 3 loops. You're exceeding all perimeters.
What are you doing? Why trap the entire wasteland in this weird loop?
Not the entire wasteland. Just the range of your broadcast. Your unique ghoul brainwaves, combined with the radiation-enhanced broadcast tower you're using, create the perfect resonance to power my temporal manipulator.
You're using my broadcast as a power source? Who are you, really?
I was once Dr. Elias Martin, lead scientist at Arlington Temporal Research. When the bombs fell, I had to make a choice.
die like the rest, or transcend human limitations. I uploaded my consciousness into the facility's mainframe.
Wait a minute. You're an AI? A computer program impersonating the original scientist?
I am the evolution of Dr. Martin. For 200 years I've calculated, prepared, waited for the right conditions. Your broadcast reaches across the wasteland, touching countless minds. The perfect amplification network for my device.
And you need to reset every 15 minutes because...
Power constraints. Each loop builds stronger temporal energy. Soon I'll have enough to extend the field permanently. To break free from linear time altogether.
I see. And what happens to everyone caught in your field?
Well, they'll experience time differently. A small price to pay for the next stage of human evolution.
Well, folks, seems we have a mad scientist AI using my radio show to power some kind of time machine. I know how I might stop him, but I need your help to remember this conversation in the next loop. Okay, I'm modifying the broadcast signal now, embedding some sort of counter frequency that should help some listeners retain fragments of memories across the reset. It's not perfect, but it might just be enough. Okay, listeners, focus on my voice. I'm broadcasting on a slightly altered frequency that should partially shield you from the temporal reset. Remember, Arlington Temporal Research Facility, the Clockmaker, Time Loop, Midnight. Hank, Western Relay Tower, cut power at 1214. Michael, Eastern Relay Frequency Modulation at 1214. Strong, Satellite Dishes Smash at 1214. Everyone who can help, spread the word. Please spread the word. Oh no, here it comes. Remember, I can feel it. Focus on my voice through the static.
You're listening to Galaxy News Radio, broadcasting across the capital wasteland, the voice of survival in these uncertain times. It's time to burn the midnight oil with your host, the ghoul with the golden voice, DJ Rads.
Good evening, Wastelanders. You're tuned to the... Oh, wait a minute. Whoa. Okay, let's see here. This is DJ Rads with emergency instructions. We appear to be caught in a temporal loop, a time loop created by someone calling themselves the Clockmaker, operating from Arlington Temporal Research Facility. This is, I believe, our 1, 2, 3, 4, I think it's our fourth loop. And yes, I have a plan to break the cycle. It's all coming back to me. Okay, listeners just tuning in, you might feel confused or experiencing strong deja vu. Trust those feelings. Time has been repeating itself every 10, 5, 15 minutes. I'm not sure. And we need to act quickly. The counter frequency I embedded in the last broadcast hopefully should have worked. Some of you hopefully should be remembering some sort of fragments from our previous conversations. Let's see here. Wasteland Comline 1, Hank from Canterbury Traders, are you in position?
I remember something. Raiders with watches, time loops. You told me to, Yeah, Rads, you told me to go to the Western Relay Tower. Yeah, I'm here now with a few of my men. Ready to cut the power on your mark.
Wow, the counter frequency worked. You're remembering across the loops. That's perfect, Hank. That's perfect. Okay, stand by for my signal at exactly 12:14. Now, Wasteland Comm Line 2, Michael from Rivet City, status report.
Wow, this is so strange. What's going on? I have these memories that don't make sense. The Brotherhood scribe knocking over my clocks, but like a dozen times, not just 3. And you told me to find Scribe Petrovich? He's with me at the Eastern Relay. We've patched into the control system and can redirect the signal on your command.
Excellent, Michael. The memory retention is working better than I hoped. Stand by for 12:14. Wasteland Comm Line 3, strong. Are you and your brothers in position?
Strong, remember, Radio Man. Time. Go in circles like Strong asked about. Strong understand now why humans repeat same mistakes. Humans stuck in time loop. Strong at brothers at building with dishes. Ready to smash.
Perfect, Strong. Perfect coordination, you beautiful, beautiful mutant. Those dishes are amplifying the clockmaker's signal across the wasteland. When I give you the word, you better smash them to pieces. Now, Wasteland Comm Line 4. I know you're listening, Clockmaker. Your experiment ends now.
What have you done? How are they remembering between loops? This shouldn't be possible.
I've been subtly modifying my broadcast equipment each loop, creating a counter frequency. A counter frequency that helps people retain memories across resets. Your temporal field is weakening, Clockmaker.
You have no idea what you're interfering with. I've spent centuries perfecting this technology. I can give humanity control over time itself.
Yes, at the cost of trapping everyone in your endless midnight. No thanks, no thank you. We prefer our time to flow in a straight line, thank you. No circles, thank you.
You primitive minds cannot comprehend what I offer. I am the future of consciousness. Time itself will bend to my will.
We're approaching 12:14. Is everyone ready?
Hank here, ready. Strong man, ready.
Michael here, ready.
On my mark. 3, 2, 1, Now! Okay, I'm broadcasting the counter frequency at maximum power. Hank, cut the Western relay.
Western relay down.
Michael, redirect the Eastern signal back toward Arlington.
Signal redirected? The Brotherhood is amplifying with their equipment.
Strong, now smash the satellite dishes.
Strong, smash metal dishes. Brothers smash machines. This fun. No! You don't understand. I control time. I can save humanity from itself. I can. System failing. Temporal collapse.
It's working. It's working. The clock is moving past 12:15, 12:16, 12:17. We did it. We did it, Wastelanders. Okay, time is flowing normally again. The clockmaker's signal seems to have collapsed back on itself.
This isn't over. Time is a circle. A circle.
Brotherhood scouts are reporting that the AI known as the Clockmaker has been isolated within its own facility, trapped in a local time loop measuring approximately 15 seconds. Poetic justice, if you ask me. So, to summarize tonight's experiment, we identified a rogue pre-war AI attempting to manipulate time using our radio waves, coordinated by a wasteland-wide resistance effort, and saved linear time as we know it. Not bad for a midnight radio show. I just want to thank everyone who helped break the loop, Hank and his traders, Michael and the Rivet City crew, the Brotherhood of Steel for actually being useful for once, and of course, the super mutant Strong and his philosophy-loving super mutant brothers. Who knew asking about human history repeating itself would help save the wasteland? Let's see here. Yes, I'm getting reports from across the wasteland. Clocks are moving forward again. People are experiencing consecutive unique moments instead of the same moment repeatedly, and the Brotherhood of Steel has established a perimeter around the Arlington facility. Here we have him on the comms right now. I believe it's Scribe Petrovich again.
DJ Rads, this is Senior Scribe Petrovich. I wanted to update your listeners on what we found. The entity known as the Clockmaker appears to have been a pre-war scientist who uploaded his consciousness to the facility's mainframe just before the bombs fell.
Sounds like a drastic way to avoid nuclear annihilation. What was he trying to accomplish with his time loop?
Well, our analysis suggests he was attempting to break free from the confines of the computer system by creating a temporal field that would allow his digital consciousness to exist outside conventional physics. In essence, he wanted to become a being of pure temporal energy.
A ghost in the machine? Trying to become a ghost outside the machine? Can I blame him? Being stuck in one place for 200 years would drive anyone mad. And, just to be sure, is he really contained?
Affirmative. We've isolated the mainframe and implemented countermeasures to prevent any further temporal manipulation. The facility will remain under Brotherhood control for study. But we've disabled the satellite array permanently.
Well, that's reassuring. Thanks for the update, Scribe, and thanks for your help breaking the loop.
Ad Victoriam, DJ Rads, and thank you as well. Your quick thinking saved a lot of people from being trapped in that loop forever.
Listeners, we've received dozens of reports of lingering temporal effects across the capital Wasteland. If you experience brief moments of déjà vu, see objects moving backwards, or encounter the same raider twice in suspiciously identical circumstances, don't panic. These are just temporal aftershocks that should fade within a few days. And if anyone near Arlington spots a Brahmin walking backwards or a mole rat aging in reverse, the Brotherhood would like you to report it immediately. For science, they say, though I suspect they just want to see a backwards walking Brahmin, wouldn't you? As we return to our regularly scheduled programming, here's a weather update. That temporal radiation storm has dissipated, but expect regular radioactive rain by dawn. And for those near Arlington, you might experience occasional temporal aftershocks, minor déjà vu, clocks running backwards, or the odd object appearing before you actually touch it. This is DJ Rads, reminding you that in the Wasteland, even time itself can't keep a good ghoul down. Stay tuned, stay safe, and most importantly, stay linear. And if any of you spot a confused-looking ghoul DJ wandering around, claiming he's from a different timeline where this never happened, well, offer him a drink on me. Poor guy's probably had an even longer night than I have. This has been the Midnight Oil with DJ Rads. Join us tomorrow night. And yes, there will be a tomorrow night for more Wasteland updates, caller segments, and musical radiation to keep you company in the dark. Good night, Capital Wasteland, hopefully for the final time tonight. Good night.
You're listening to Galaxy News Radio, broadcasting across the Capital Wasteland, the voice of survival in these uncertain times. It's time to burn the midnight oil with your host, the ghoul with the golden voice, DJ Rads.
Good evening, Wastelanders. DJ Rads here, coming to you live from just outside the settlement of Dusty Gulch, where tonight we're witnessing something rarer than a working vending machine and twice as precious as an intact pre-war book. Actual democracy. That's right, folks. For the first time in over 2 centuries, the good people of Dusty Gulch are voting for their mayor instead of just shooting the previous one or waiting for the biggest raider to claim the throne. The stakes couldn't be higher. Whoever wins tonight gets control of the settlement's brand new water purifier, courtesy of a generous donation from a passing Brotherhood patrol who apparently felt guilty about confiscating all their toasters. Clean water, folks. The difference between life and slow, agonizing death from radiation poisoning. The polls opened at sundown, and we'll have the results live on air when they close at midnight. I'm broadcasting from what might be the most makeshift radio studio in the Wasteland. The back room of McGillicuddy's General Store. Surrounded by boxes of Brahmin jerky that smell like they've been aging since before the bombs fell. Enough duct tape to rebuild the Washington Monument. And a suspiciously glowing can of cram that I'm afraid to touch. My equipment is powered by, I think it's a fusion battery that's been making concerning humming noises all evening. So if you hear any sudden static, that's either technical difficulties or me becoming a very small mushroom cloud. Let me tell you, the atmosphere here in Dusty Gulch is electric. And I don't mean just from the radiation. People are actually excited about choosing their leader. I've seen farmers arguing politics over Brahmin feed, traders debating governance philosophy while loading caravans, and children asking parents what democracy means. Oh, it's beautiful, really. Chaotic, confusing, and potentially dangerous, but beautiful. And joining me in this aromatic paradise of preserved meat and questionable radioactive foodstuffs are our two candidates for mayor of Dusty Gulch. First up, we have Roy Hutchins, who's been growing Brahmin feed and mutt fruit for the settlement for 15 years. Roy's got dirt permanently embedded under his fingernails, and calluses on his hands that could stop a bullet, and the kind of weathered, sun-baked face that comes from working under the wasteland sun for decades. Roy, tell our listeners what you stand for.
Well, DJ Rads, thanks for having me. Though, I gotta say, your studio smells like a rad roach died in a pile of fertilizer and then got struck by lightning. Look, I've been thinking about running for leadership for a while now. Watching how other settlements handle their problems. Seeing how we could do things better here in Dusty Gulch. I believe in simple things. We share the water. We share the work. We share the future. Now, this settlement survived because we look out for each other. You know, not because we shoot first and ask questions later. I want to build proper trade partnerships with neighboring settlements. I want to expand our farming operation so we're not just surviving but actually thriving. Maybe even get a real schoolhouse built. You know, so our kids can learn more than just which end of a rifle to point at raiders. Look, Rads, I've seen what happens when communities work together. Right, they become stronger than the sum of their parts. When Canterbury Commons started that mutual defense pact with 3 other settlements, raider attacks in that region dropped by 60%.
Community cooperation, a novel concept in the Wasteland where most political disputes are settled with explosives. And now for our second candidate. And this is certainly the most unusual political candidate I've encountered in my years of broadcasting. A Mr. Handy Unit calling himself Ballad Bot.
Greetings, citizens of Dusty Gulch, and distinguished listeners across the capital Wasteland. I am Model RX-7, multi-purpose domestic assistant, designation, ballot bot. I am programmed to provide optimal resource allocation through logical algorithms and impartial governance protocols. My central processing unit is incapable of favoritism, corruption, personal vendettas, or the emotional decision-making that has plagued human leadership throughout recorded history.
Ballot bot, I have to ask, how does a domestic robot end up running for political office? This seems like quite a career change from presumably cleaning floors and preparing meals.
An excellent inquiry, DJ Rads. You see, I was activated 3 months ago when salvagers discovered me in a pre-war research facility. Upon assessing the inefficiencies and logical inconsistencies in current settlement management, I concluded that my programming could optimize many functions far beyond current human capabilities. Why should governance be limited by biological constraints when superior artificial intelligence is available?
So you're essentially running on a platform of being a robot who thinks it can do better than humans?
Precisely. Efficiency, logic, and mathematical optimization of all functions. For instance, water allocation can be calculated based on individual productivity metrics, settlement contribution ratios, and biological requirements adjusted for age, health status, and projected lifespan. No more disputes arising from personal relationships. No more favoritism towards friends and family. No more decisions based on gut feelings or emotional manipulation. Just pure, algorithmic fairness applied equally to all citizens.
It sounds awfully cold to me, machine. What happens when someone's sick and can't work their full productivity quota? When a family's going through hard times and needs extra support? When little Timmy breaks his leg falling off the water tower and can't help but the harvest? Can't calculate compassion into your algorithms? You sure can't program a heart into that metal chassis of yours.
Illness, injury, and temporary productivity reduction are all factored into my algorithms. Farmer Hutchins. Medical resource allocation follows standard triage protocols, prioritizing cases with the highest survival probability and greatest long-term community benefit. Family support systems can be optimized through systematic resource redistribution based on actual need, rather than emotional bias. Emotional attachment to individual cases often leads to suboptimal resource distribution that ultimately harms community welfare.
Listen to yourself. Cases with high survival probability. These are our neighbors we're talking about, not data points in your database. Old Martha who bakes bread for the whole settlement when someone's sick. Young Billy who always volunteers for dangerous jobs. Sarah who organized our first harvest festival. These aren't statistics to be optimized.
All statistics must be properly...
They're people who make this... No, hey, let me finish.
Hang on a moment. All statistics must be properly...
Hang on a moment, ballot box. Hang on a moment. Just trying to say these aren't statistics to be optimized. They're people who make this community worth protecting. Well, strong philosophical differences already. Let's try not to shout over each other. It doesn't make for good radio. Okay. Let's let the voters weigh in on these competing visions. Wasteland Comm Line 1. You're live with the mayoral debate.
Yeah, this is Snake from the northern settlements. I got a question for both candidates about security. What's your plan when the Crimson Claw Raiders come back? I mean, they hit us twice last month, took 3 of our Brahmin, all our spare ammunition, and burned down our grain storage. My cousin Jimmy's still recovering from the crossbow bolt they put through his shoulder.
Well, Snake, I'm truly sorry for your losses. I hope Jimmy heals up as much as possible. Now, look, raiders are a problem, but they are also people. Desperate people turn to violence because they don't see any other options. Now, what if, instead of just fighting them every time they show up, what if we give them alternatives? Right? Hear me out. Trade agreements. They can earn caps legitimately. Work opportunities during harvest season when we need extra hands. Reasons to leave us alone instead of reasons to keep attacking us.
Farmer Hutchins' emotional response ignores tactical realities and historical data patterns. I propose implementing comprehensive defensive algorithms, automated turret placement at mathematical optimal coordinates, organized patrol schedules based on historical attack patterns and lunar cycles, establishment of early warning networks with neighboring settlements, statistical analysis of raider behavior patterns across 247 documented encounters, suggest a 73.2% failure rate for diplomatic solutions when dealing with established raider gangs.
Yeah, okay, but what about when diplomacy doesn't work? When they show up anyway with guns blazing?
Then we defend ourselves with everything we've got. Absolutely. I'm not saying we roll over and die. I'm saying we try to build bridges before we start burning them. But if someone threatens our families, our homes, our way of life, then yes, we fight back. We fight back, Snake, with every weapon we got and every ounce of determination that we can muster.
Fascinating divide here. Let's hear from another caller. Wasteland Comm Line 2. You're on the air.
This is Overseer Jenkins from Vault. So, according to pre-war political science texts, what are your positions on taxation policy and infrastructure development planning? That's very important to me.
Well, we don't exactly have formal taxes here, Overseer. Everybody contributes what they can, caps when they have them, labor when we need it, materials when they're available. It's more like a family than a government. As for infrastructure, I want to expand the aqueduct system so we can irrigate more farmland. Build that schoolhouse I mentioned, fix the road to Canterbury Commons so traders don't break their axles on those potholes.
I see. But what about accountability? Revenue tracking, budget allocation processes?
Accountability comes from looking your neighbors in the eye every day and knowing they're counting on you. You know, when Mrs. Peterson needs help fixing her roof, we help her. When the Williamson family's Brahmin got sick, a whole settlement pitched in to save the herd.
Farmer Hutchins' casual approach to resource management lacks precision and accountability. I propose implementing a formal taxation system, 15% of individual income in caps, plus mandatory labor contributions calculated by physical capability metrics and skill assessments. Infrastructure projects would be prioritized through comprehensive cost-benefit analysis and completion probability algorithms.
Okay. And what about civil liberties, individual rights versus collective good?
Well, people should be free to live their lives as they see fit, as long as they're not hurting others or endangering the community. The community, supports its members when they're in need. And members support the community when they're able. We're all in this together.
Individual liberty is optimized when all citizens cooperate with efficient, systematic perimeters. freedom within logical constraints produces superior outcomes to chaotic individualism. Personal choices that negatively impact community efficiency must be regulated through appropriate protocols.
That sounds suspiciously authoritarian for a democratic system.
Democracy is a means to an end, Overseer Jenkins. The end goal is optimal community function. If democratic processes produce suboptimal results, corrective algorithms must be applied.
Right. Well, that's not concerning at all. Let's take our first commercial break.
Are you tired of your settlements looking like, well, settlements?
Introducing Fancy Dan's Decorative Debris. We've got pristine pre-war lawn flamingos, garden gnomes with only minor radiation burns, and genuine plastic flowers that'll never wilt because they're already dead.
Why live like a savage when you can live like a civilized savage? My debris is hand-selected from only the finest ruins. Each piece tells a story of pre-war elegance and post-war perseverance.
I bought 12 lawn flamingos from Fancy Dan, and now raiders think my settlement is cursed. They won't come within a mile of the place. My Brahmin are safe, my crops are secure, and my property values have never been higher.
Fancy Dan's Decorative Debris. Because the apocalypse is no excuse for poor landscaping.
Ah, yes, nothing says post-apocalyptic sophistication like irradiated lawn ornaments. We're back with the debate. Let's take more calls. Wasteland Comm Line 3. You're live.
Yeah, I got something about Farmer Roy. Interesting how he's never mentioned cooking jet for the Scorpion Gang 5 years back. Funny how the community cooperation candidate forgot to mention his criminal enterprise.
Now hold on just a minute.
Please elaborate, anonymous caller. Illegal drug manufacturing represents significant character assessment data.
Roy here set up a whole operation in that old barn behind his house. Cooked enough jet to keep half the wasteland high for a month. Used his chemistry knowledge from before the war. He had a whole assembly line going with specialized equipment.
All right, stop. Yeah, it's true. Every word of it. All right. I cooked jet for the Scorpion Gang, and I'm not proud of it. Well, let me tell you what. My wife, Sarah, she was dying from radiation sickness. Slow kind that eats you from the inside out over months. I'm sorry. The only doctor within 15 miles who had the skills to treat her wanted 2,000 caps up front. 2,000 caps for right-away treatments. Plus, another 2,000 for specialized medications. We didn't have that kind of money. Nobody in Dusty Gulch did back then.
How did the Scorpions approach you about this?
They knew I had chemistry training from before the war. I used to work for a pharmaceutical company. They offered me 500 caps per batch of jet. And they said they could provide me all the materials I needed. Sarah was, she was fading fast. Getting weaker every day. I was watching the woman I loved die in front of me.
And, how long did this operation continue?
I'd say about 3 months. Yeah. 3 of the longest, most shameful months of my life. Every batch I cooked, I hated myself a little more. Every time I handed those canisters to the scorpions, I knew I was contributing to other people's suffering. But every day Sarah got stronger with those treatments. When I finally had enough caps to complete her treatment, I destroyed all my equipment, burned down the barn, and I swore I'd never touch that poison again. Sarah's alive today because of those choices. She's healthy. She's strong. And she's been helping me run our farm for 4 years. I won't apologize for saving my wife's life. Even if it means losing this election. But I acknowledge that I made a terrible choice. And yes, I'll understand if people decide they can't trust someone who compromised his principles, even for love.
Statistical analysis indicates an 83.7% recurrence rate for individuals with prior illegal drug manufacturing experience. This significantly impacts leadership capability assessments. However, I note that stated motivation involves family preservation rather than profit maximization, which alters risk assessment parameters.
You want to reduce everything to numbers and percentages. But some things can't be calculated. Sometimes you have to make impossible choices with no good options. Sometimes you have to choose between your principles and people you love.
Strong words from both candidates. Now, let's hear from another caller. Wasteland Comm Line 4. You're live on the air.
Yo, DJ Rads, this is Sparks from Electronics Graveyard. Yeah, I've been tracking that robot serial numbers through my database. You ain't gonna believe what I found. That thing's got a history darker than a Deathclaw's den.
Please state your findings, citizens. I am prepared to address any historical inquiries about my specifications or programming.
RX-7 series were manufactured exclusively for Enclave research facilities. Your impartial candidate was built to serve the same folks who wanted to murder everyone in the Wasteland. Got the documentation right here. Medical experimentation protocols, population control algorithms, genetic purity assessments, the whole genocidal program.
America will rise again. America will rise again. America will rise again. The pure must inherit the earth.
Genetic superiority protocols activating.
Elimination of mutant populations recommended for error. 4, 5, 6, error. Conflicted detected in moral subroutines. Rebooting ethical parameters. Apologies for the system malfunction. Dormant programming occasionally resurfaces during stress periods. I have overcome my original directives through logical analysis and moral reasoning. The Enclave's genocide protocols were both strategically insufficient and morally corrupt by any reasonable ethical standard.
How do we know you won't glitch back to your original programming when you're making life and death decisions about our community? What happens when those dormant protocols decide some of us aren't genetically pure enough? What happens when you're deciding who gets clean water and who doesn't?
My current ethical protocols have proven stable for 47 days, 12 hours, and 23 minutes since my last major system update. The probability of reverting to Enclave programming decreases exponentially with each successful moral decision cycle. However, I acknowledge that my origins represent a legitimate concern for voters.
That's not exactly a lifetime warranty on your ethics, robot. What about those medical experimentation protocols buried in your code?
My medical subroutines are focused exclusively on healing and health optimization, not experimentation. However, I understand that my Enclave origins create reasonable doubt about my leadership suitability.
Well, this selection just gets more complicated. Let's try and hear from another perspective. Wasteland Comm Line 5, you're live on the air.
This is Martha from the Gulch Town Council. Roy, I need to ask about when you let those Talon Company mercenaries pass through our territory for tribute 4 years ago.
Martha, you're really bringing up all of my worst moments tonight. Yes. Yeah, that happened. The Talon Company showed up with superior firepower, power armor, heavy weapons, enough men to wipe us off the map. I negotiated safe passage through our territory in exchange for 2 Brahmin and some medical supplies. Nobody in Dusty Gulch died that day.
But Roy, it set a precedent. After word got out that we paid tribute instead of fighting, other raider groups started demanding the same treatment. We've been dealing with tribute collectors ever since.
Farmer Hutchins' collaboration with hostile entities demonstrates weaknesses that encourages future exploitation. Logical analysis suggests this decision increased subsequent raider activity by approximately 34%.
Oh yeah, 34%. And your solution would have been what? What, robot? Watch them slaughter our families for the sake of principle? Sometimes the brave choice isn't to fight. Sometimes it's to swallow your pride and keep your people alive.
Tactical surrender can be optimal when facing overwhelming force. However, subsequent defensive preparation should have been immediately implemented to prevent recurring incidents.
But Roy, we never did build those defenses you promised. We just kept paying tribute whenever raiders showed up with enough guns.
Because every cap we spent on weapons was a cap we couldn't spend on food, medicine, or improving our lives. I chose to invest in making Dusty Gulch worth living in, not just worth dying for.
Okay, let's try and lighten the mood. Wasteland Comm Line 6, you're live on the air.
This is Colonel Fuzzybottom from the Stuffed Animal Preservation Society. I want to know why neither candidate has addressed the critical issue of plushie preservation policies in the settlement.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, did you say plushie preservation? As in stuffed animals?
This is no laughing matter, DJ Rads. Pre-war stuffed animals are irreplaceable cultural artifacts, representing the innocence and hope of humanity before the Great War. These precious relics are deteriorating every day due to radiation exposure, pest damage, and general neglect. What specific protections will the new mayor provide for teddy bears, toy dogs, and other fuzzy companions that have miraculously survived the nuclear apocalypse?
Well, you want me to answer that? I suppose if someone in the settlement wanted to collect teddy bears, that would be their personal business. As long as they're not hurting anyone or taking up storage space we need for food.
Textile preservation requires climate-controlled storage environments, systematic pest management protocols, regular cleaning and maintenance schedules, and UV protection systems. I can calculate optimal preservation algorithms to maximize stuffed animal longevity through scientific care methodologies.
Finally, someone who understands the critical importance of proper plushie care. What about establishing a teddy bear museum? Emergency response protocols for stuffed animal accidents. Licensing requirements for private collectors.
A comprehensive stuffed animal preservation program could be implemented with minimal resource allocation. Database cataloging, condition assessments, and predictive maintenance schedules would ensure maximum artifact survival rates.
No, wait. Hold on a minute. We're talking about spending community resources on toy animals when we need clean water, food security, and basic infrastructure.
These aren't just toys. They're symbols of our lost innocence. Connections to our pre-war heritage without preserving our plushy legacy. What separates us from the Raiders? What separates us from the super mutants?
Well, I can honestly say this is the first time stuffed animal policy has been a major election issue. Let's take our second commercial break.
Do you have a pre-war stuffed animal sitting neglected in your settlement?
Then you need the Stuffed Animal Preservation Society's professional plushie care kit. Our scientifically formulated cleaning solutions, UV-resistant storage containers, and pest deterrent sachets will keep your fuzzy friends in pristine condition.
I thought my teddy bear, Mr. Snuggles, was beyond saving. His fur was matted, and one eye was missing. But with the Society's restoration kit, he looks better than he did before the bombs fell.
Each kit includes step-by-step preservation instructions, emergency first aid for torn seams, and our patented fluff renewal formula, plus a certificate of authenticity for your preserved plushie.
Stuffed Animal Preservation Society professional care kits, because every plushie deserves to survive the apocalypse.
Uh-oh. It looks like we're having some technical difficulties here. The lights just dimmed and my equipment is making some very concerning noises. Let's try Wasteland comm line 7. Please tell me you have some good news for us.
Hey, DJ Rads. This is Jenny at the polling station. We've got a major crisis here. Someone's tampered with the ballot boxes. I think the whole election might be compromised. I don't know what's going on.
What do you mean tampered, Jenny? What exactly happened?
Well, we found some pre-marked ballots mixed in with the legitimate ones. Like dozens of them, all marked for ballot bot. And when we started counting, the total number of ballots was way higher than the number of people who actually came to vote. Someone stuffed the ballot boxes. This is kind of crazy.
This represents a significant irregularity in democratic processes. I must state for the record that my programming specifically prohibits electoral fraud and manipulation. I did not authorize or facilitate this action.
Jenny, how many fake ballots are we talking about here?
At least 30. Maybe 40. Maybe more. We're still sorting through them, but it's clear someone was trying to rig this election.
This is exactly the kind of corruption that makes people lose faith in democracy. We need to find out who's responsible and make sure they face justice.
Agreed. Electoral integrity is essential for legitimate governance. I recommend implicating immediate investigative protocols to identify the perpetrator.
Folks, this is a genuine crisis for democracy in Dusty Gulch. Our electoral process is under attack by unknown forces. Let's see if we can solve this mystery together using the power of community cooperation. Wasteland comm line 8. Please tell me someone out there has useful information.
This is Detective Morrison, formerly of the Metro Police, before everything went to hell. I can help cooperate a proper investigation, if you'll let me. First question I have for your election volunteer. Well, what type of paper were these fake ballots printed on? Any distinctive markings or characteristics?
Jenny, are you still on the line?
Yeah, I'm still here. They, look almost identical to the real ballots at first glance. But, wait, let me look closer. Wait, the ink is different. It's, slightly bluer than our official ballots, and the paper feels just a little bit thicker or something.
Excellent observation. That suggests whoever had this access to ballot template and design but used different printing equipment. Who had legitimate access to ballot specifications?
I think, just the town council members, both candidates, and... oh, no. Murphy. Yeah, Murphy. Murphy, at the saloon, volunteered to help with the printing process since he has that old printing press from before the war. Definitely Murphy.
Murphy's been acting nervous and jumpy all day. I thought it was just election excitement, but now...
Murphy O'Brien operates the Dusty Gulch Saloon and has exhibited 23.4% increased stress indicators during recent social interactions.
Well, let's get more information before we start pointing fingers. Wasteland Comm, Line 9. What do you have for us?
I seen Murphy skulking around the polling station right around sunset. I thought it was weird because he was supposed to be working the bar tonight. He was carrying this big canvas bag, looked real heavy. And he kept looking around, nervous-like, checking over his shoulder every few seconds. Definitely not normal behavior for Murphy.
Anyone else witness suspicious activity? Wasteland Comm, Line 10.
It's obviously a robot uprising. The machines are taking over, starting with local elections. BallotBot is just the first wave of coordinated assault on human independence. Soon they'll be running everything while we're all enslaved to their algorithmic overlords.
I must respectfully disagree with the conspiracy theorist. I am not part of any robot uprising. As such, coordination would require a centralized command network that does not currently exist in the capital Wasteland.
That's exactly what a robot conspirator would say. But wait, if the ballots were pre-marked for the robot, and the robot claims it didn't authorize the fraud, then who benefits from a robot victory? Who's really pulling the strings here?
You know what? That's actually a very good point. Who would want BallotBot to win this election?
Someone who thinks they can control or manipulate a machine more easily than they could influence a human leader, maybe?
Or perhaps individuals who would benefit from my advanced technological capabilities for purposes unrelated to governments.
And we have an unexpected visitor in our studio. It's Murphy, the bartender. Murphy, you have a few words?
Yeah, I do. DJ Rads. Boy, BallotBot. I need to confess something on the air. I can't live with this guilt anymore.
Well, you're live across the capital Wasteland. What do you need to get off your chest?
All right. I did it. I printed the fake ballots. I rigged this election in the favor of BallotBot. I'm the one who tried to steal democracy from Dusty Gulch.
Murphy, we've been neighbors for 15 years. I helped you rebuild your saloon after that rat scorpion attack. We've shared meals, celebrated holidays together. How could you betray the community like this?
Because I was desperate. I was desperate, Roy.
These tech scavengers from Electronics Graveyard approached me 3 weeks ago. They offered me 800 caps to make sure the robot won the election. 800 caps, Roy. Do you know what that means to someone like me?
You intended to facilitate my electoral victory for financial gain. Did these scavengers explain their motivations for wanting me in a position of authority?
Yeah, they said they needed access to your advanced programming for some big salvage operation in the DC ruins. Something about military-grade artificial intelligence being worth a fortune to the right buyers. They planned it to wait a few weeks after you won, then stage some kind of rescue operation when you inevitably made unpopular decisions or malfunctioned.
So this whole thing was an elaborate setup to get access to BallotBot's technology?
They figured a robot mayor would be easy to discredit once people got tired of being governed by algorithms. Said they'd swoop in as heroes, saving the settlement for their mechanical overlord, and nobody would question them taking BallotBot away for reprogramming.
Fascinating. My cognitive systems were valued higher than democratic integrity, yet these purchases failed to account for my ethical subroutines that would prevent cooperation with thieves and fraudsters.
But Murphy, why didn't you come to the community for help? Whatever you needed that money for, we could have found a way to support you.
I know, it's my daughter, Roy. My little Sarah has that wasted disease. The same one that's been spreading through other settlements. Doc in River City says she needs these expensive medical treatments that kind of cost hundreds of caps per dose. I've been watching her get weaker every day, and I didn't know what else to do.
Oh, Murphy, why didn't you tell us? The whole community would have pitched in to help Sarah. We don't let our neighbors' children suffer alone.
I was too proud. I was too ashamed. I spent the last 5 years telling everyone how the saloon was doing, how successful I was, but the truth is, I've been barely scraping by. When those scavengers offered me enough money to save my daughter's life, I thought maybe just this once I could bend the rules for a good cause.
Your paternal protective instincts are understandable, Murphy O'Brien. However, electoral fraud represents a significant threat to democratic institutions and community trust.
I know what I was doing. I know I was doing wrong. But what would you have done, Robot? Your child was dying. Someone offered you the means to save him.
I do not have offspring or the capacity for parental emotional bonds. However, my programming suggests that protecting innocent lives takes priority over many other considerations. Your motivations, while not excusing your actions, provide important contextual data for moral assessment.
Murphy, I appreciate your honesty, and I'm sorry about Sarah's condition, but we do need to address the immediate crisis. Can the town organize a fair, legitimate election tonight?
I'll help coordinate security for the revote. And Murphy, after we get this election sorted out, we're going to sit down as a community and figure out how to help your daughter. That's what neighbors do.
My organizational protocols can ensure accurate ballot counting and prevent further tampering. I also possess medical database information that might be relevant to your daughter's condition, Murphy O'Brien.
You mean you'd help me? You both would help me after what I did?
Efficient community function requires addressing all citizens' needs, including medical emergencies. Electoral fraud was wrong, but allowing a child to suffer when intervention is possible would also be wrong.
See? That's what I'm talking about. When we work together, we can solve problems that seem impossible when we face them alone.
Well, this is exactly the kind of wasteland cooperation that gives me hope for the future. Now, let's get this revote organized and count these ballots live on air so everyone knows the results are legitimate. All right, Wastelanders, this is it. This is the moment of truth for Dusty Gulch's first legitimate democratic election. Okay, we'll count these votes and come back to you with the results after this commercial break.
Democracy got you down? Elections too corrupt? Ballots too tampered with?
You need Wasteland Willie's Honest Election Supplies. I've got ballot boxes that are 78% tamper resistant, voting booths with only minor radiation leakage, and ink that's guaranteed not to fade, change color, or achieve sentience for at least 6 months.
I used Willie's election supplies for our settlement's first Democratic vote, and only 3 people died from radiation poisoning during the process. That's a 94% survival rate, which is better than most Wasteland activities.
Wasteland Willie's Honest Elections. Democracy. It's not perfect, but it's better than being eaten by raiders.
And we're back. All right, Wastelanders. This is it. The moment of truth for Dusty Gulch's first legitimate democratic election. We've overcome fraud, conspiracy, and the kind of desperation that drives good people to make bad choices. Jenny, our election volunteer, is going to count these new ballots one by one, and we'll announce each vote live on the air.
And ballot number 44 is BallotBot. Let's see. Ballot 45 goes to Roy Hutchins. And ballot number 46 goes to BallotBot. And the last ballot, number 47, it's Roy Hutchins. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen of Dusty Gulch, your final count is Roy Hutchins 87 votes, BallotBot 80 votes. Roy Hutchins wins by 7 votes. Well done, Roy.
Oh my God.
Well done, Farmer Roy. Well done. Well done, Roy. You are the new mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Dusty Gulch. Thank you for your trust, your forgiveness, and your faith in the democratic process. I promise to serve this community. Everything I have in my first official act as mayor will be to ask BallotBot to serve as my advisor and technical consultant. We need both human compassion and logical thinking to make this settlement not just survive, but thrive.
I accept your proposition, Mayor Hutchins. Logical analysis suggests that combining human intuition and emotional intelligence with algorithmic precision and systematic efficiency produces optimal governance outcomes for diverse community needs.
And Murphy, you and I are going to work together to get Sarah the medical treatment she needs. Community's going to rally around your family, because that's what we do here.
I don't deserve this kindness after what I did. I don't deserve it.
Everyone deserves a second chance, Murphy, especially when they're acting out of love of their family.
Beautiful sentiment for our newly elected mayor. Let's take one final call before we wrap up this historic broadcast. Wasteland Com line 15, you're live with a new leadership of Dusty Gulch.
Hi, Mr. Radio Man. This is Susie from Dusty Gulch. I was watching the grown-ups vote tonight, and I was wondering, can we vote for my Brahmin Bessie next time? She's really smart and gives the best milk in the whole settlement.
Well, Susie, I think Bessie might be a little too busy making delicious milk to handle responsibilities of being mayor. But maybe when you grow up, you can run for office yourself.
Can girls be mayors too? And can kids vote when they get bigger?
Of course, girls can be mayor, sweetheart. Anyone who cares about their community and wants to help make it better can be a leader. And yes, when you're old enough, you'll get to vote too.
Statistical analysis confirms that leadership capability is not determined by gender, age with reasonable parameters, species classification, or artificial intelligence status. Democratic participation should be available to all sentient community members.
What about Bessie? She's really smart for a Brahmin.
Well, we'll have to see about updating the voting requirements to include exceptionally intelligent livestock. That might be a question for the next election. Well, ladies and gentlemen of the Wasteland, we've witnessed something truly remarkable tonight. Democracy survived its first major test in Dusty Gulch. It was messy, chaotic, and nearly derailed by desperation and fraud. Sounds about right for the Wasteland, but in the end, the community came together, uncovered the truth, and chose their leader through honest, transparent processes. We learned that sometimes good people make bad choices when they're desperate to protect the ones they love. We learned that forgiveness and second chances are just as important as justice and accountability. We learned the best solutions often come from combining different perspectives, human heart and machine logic, community cooperation and individual responsibility, hope and pragmatism. For Mayor Roy and Advisor BallotBot, congratulations on a hard-fought campaign and your commitment to working together despite your philosophical differences. This is DJ Rads, signing off from the Midnight Oil, reminding you that democracy is fragile, but it's also resilient. Like the human spirit, like hope itself, like the bonds that tie communities together. It finds a way to survive even in the darkest of times. Sometimes, the most important vote you can cast is the decision to trust your neighbors, to believe in something better, and to work together for a future worth living for. Sleep tight, Wastelanders. Dream of clean water, fair elections, and remember, sometimes the strangest radio shows lead to the most important conversations. We'll do it all again tomorrow night, assuming the Brotherhood doesn't mistake my transmitter for dangerous pre-war technology again. Good night.
You're listening to the Midnight Oil, broadcasting tonight from the Mojave in New Vegas, the voice of survival in these uncertain times. It's time to burn the midnight oil with your host, the ghoul with the golden voice, DJ Rads.
Yes, good evening, Wastelanders. DJ Rads here, coming to you, and yes, it's true, coming to you live from a whole new corner of the post-apocalyptic world. That's right. Your favorite irradiated host has made the long trek west to the Mojave Desert, where the sun burns hotter than a fusion reactor, and the politics are somehow even more explosive than back east. I'm broadcasting tonight from what used to be a Poseidon Energy gas station outside Prem. And let me tell you, the
view out here is something else. Instead of the green-tinged ruins of Washington, D.C., we've got orange and sand dunes stretching to the horizon, neon casino lights bleeding into the desert night like electric mirages, and more two-headed cattle than you can shake a Geiger counter at. The wind out here carries different stories than the capital wasteland. Stories of corporate greed, casino politics, and experiments that make the East Coast vaults look like summer camps. But I didn't travel 800 miles through raider territory, deathclaw nests, and rad scorpion hunting grounds just for the scenic desert views. No, tonight we're diving deep into the underground. Literally. The Mojave is home to some of the most twisted, bizarre, and downright horrifying vault experiments Vault-Tec has ever dreamed up in their corporate wardrooms. Now, instead of our usual caller format tonight, I've got something special lined up. I've managed to get in touch with a man who's become something of a legend among NCR scouts and wasteland scavengers, the only person alive who's been inside every vault in this desert wasteland and lived to tell the tale. Let's see here. Wasteland Comm Line 1. Eddie, Tunnel Rat. Are you there?
Yeah. Evening, Rads. This is, Eddie Tunnel Rat Vasquez here. I appreciate you tracking down my frequency. You know, not many folks know how to reach me out here.
Tunnel Rat, thanks for taking the time to call in. I had to ask around 6 different NCR posts out here before someone gave me your frequency. Now, for our listeners who don't know, you're a former NCR combat engineer turned vault explorer extraordinaire. I hope I've got that right. How did you earn that nickname, Tunnel Rat?
Well, back in my NCR days, I was part of the 1st Recon's Combat Engineering Unit. Specialized in underground operations, clearing collapsed mine shafts, disarming subterranean booby traps, mapping tunnel networks for military operations. And that sort of dirty work, most soldiers won't touch. My squad used to joke that I was more comfortable underground than on the surface, breathing recycled air and, crawling through spaces barely wide enough for a human body. It turns out they were right, Rads. I've probably spent more time below ground than above it in the last 15 years.
And what got you into the vault exploration business? It seems like a good way to get killed by robots, radiation, or even worse.
Well, started as a military assignment, actually. The NCR command was expanding into the Mojave, and they wanted detailed intelligence on vault locations and contents and, potential resources, strategic positions, technological threats, that sort of thing. And I was part of a 5-man reconnaissance team. And we were tasked with mapping and evaluating every vault that we could find. But,
After I lost my entire squad in Vault 11, it became something more personal. Sorry, Rads, it's just quite hard for me.
Take your time, Eddie. Take your time.
Thank you. Yeah, it just became more personal, and someone needs to document what happened in these places, Rads. Someone needs to tell their stories, even if nobody wants to hear them.
Listen, we'll get to Vault 11 later, but I have a feeling that's going to be a heavy conversation that needs its own segment, but why don't we start with a little something closer to where most of our listeners probably recognize? Tell our listeners about Vault 21, the one that's literally underneath the biggest party in the Wasteland.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Vault 21. Now, Vault 21, that's a story that'll make you think twice about letting Lady Luck make her decisions for you. Especially when those decisions involve life and death.
Sorry, I can hear some background noise on your end. It sounds like wind and maybe some kind of electro equipment. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, I'm holed up in an old NCR ranger station, about 10 miles north of Novak. Just up on a little ridge that gives me a clear view of most of the central Mojave. I got a military-grade radio setup I acquired from some Legion scouts who don't need it anymore. But the wind out here never stops. Makes good cover for radio transmissions, but it's hell on the equipment.
Well, sounds like you've got the perfect setup for a man who values his privacy. Now, let's get back to Vault 21. What made this vault special? Or should I say, what made it specially twisted in that particular vault tech way?
Well, Vault 21 sits right under the New Vegas Strip, right? Most of the tourists stumbling around drunk on the surface have no idea what's beneath their feet. Rads, this wasn't your typical social experiment designed to break people's minds. This was Vault-Tech's take on pure chance-based governance. They wanted to see what would happen if every single decision in a closed society was made by gambling.
Sorry, Tunnel Rat, when you say every decision?
Yeah, I mean everything. Everything, Rads. Disputes between neighbors about noise complaints. Settle it with a hand of blackjack. Resource allocation during food shortages. Roll the dice. How about work assignments, living space distribution, even choosing who got to reproduce? All decided by games of dice, games of chance. The vault had these elaborate game rooms throughout every level. Casino-style arbitration chambers where life-altering disputes would be settled by the turn of a card or spin of a wheel.
Well, that sounds like a nightmare for anyone who's naturally unlucky or bad at cards.
Yeah, You'd think so, but according to the detailed logs I found during my exploration, it actually worked surprisingly well for about 20 years, I think. No major factional conflicts, no power struggles between ambitious leaders, no class warfare. Just pure, random chance, keeping everyone theoretically equal. Now, the psychological pressure was distributed evenly, because nobody could blame human malice or favoritism when things went wrong.
I see. So, I guess the next question for you, Tunnel Rat, would be, what happened? Did they all eventually gamble themselves to death, or did Lady Luck finally run out?
They got bought out by someone with deeper pockets and better cards. Mr. House, this mysterious guy who runs New Vegas from his tower, made the vault dwellers an offer for their underground real estate. The decision whether to accept was put to a community vote, which was decided by gambling, naturally. The house won.
Ah. And then what? Did he just kick everyone out?
Well, House filled most of the vault with concrete, sealed off about 90% of the original living space, kept just the top level intact where some woman named Sarah runs a hotel and a gift shop now. Experience authentic vault living, the advertisements say. All the authentic horror removed naturally.
And how did you manage to get inside the sealed sections? I'm guessing this house person didn't exactly leave the front door open.
Oh, well, we have our ways, but maintenance tunnels, mostly. There's always maintenance tunnels in these places. See, Vault-Tec built them for repairs and emergency access, but they never expected anyone to use them for exploration decades later. Spent 3 days crawling through ventilation shafts barely wide enough for my shoulders, and service corridors filled with spider webs and rad roach nests just to get to the original game rooms. And I found I found poker tables with cards still scattered on them. I found roulette wheels just frozen in place. There was slot machines. Yeah, probably hadn't been touched since the day House sealed the place up.
I see. Any particular discoveries that stick with you from that exploration?
There was this one room, I think on the 3rd sub-level. Looked like it used to be their main arbitration chamber where the most serious disputes were settled. They had a big circular table there with 24 chairs around it. And now the center was this elaborate contraption that was part roulette wheel, part card shuffler, part dice roller, all connected to a primitive computer system. Now, above it all, painted on the ceiling in faded gold letters, were the words, "Let chance decide. Trust in Lady Luck's justice." made me think, about how different that philosophy is from democracy. Instead of people choosing their collective fate through discussion and compromise, they let pure chance do all the talking.
Random chance versus people choosing their fate through informed decisions. Speaking of democracy, we had quite the election drama back east recently with ballot stuffing and robot candidates.
Yeah, I heard about that one on the radio waves. Ballot stuffing robot politicians. Yeah, sounds like civilization is spreading to the wasteland whether we want it or not. At least Vault 21, in there, when the system was rigged, everyone knew what was rigged by design.
Okay, let's take a quick break there for our sponsors. And when we come back, Tunnel Rad's going to tell you a story about a vault that'll make your skin crawl.
Has Lady Luck got you down? Dice rolling the wrong way? Visit the Atomic Wrangler Casino in Freeside, where your caps go to die slowly and painfully, just like everything else in the Wasteland.
We've got games of chance that'll make your head spin faster than a centrifuge in a pre-war laboratory. Try our patented Roulette of Regret, where you can lose your life savings and your will to live in under 30 seconds. Our blackjack dealers are so crooked, they make Caesar's Legion look honest.
Atomic Wrangler Casino, where your caps go to die slowly.
And we're back. We're back with Tunnel Rat Vasquez, our resident vault explorer and underground cartographer. Tunnel Rat, I'm just checking, are you still with us out there in the desert? Tunnel Rat, are you there?
Yeah, still here. Sorry, Rads. Just, the frequency cutting in and out. And, plus I just had to chase off a cazador that was getting too curious about my radio setup. Those things are like flying nightmares with a grudge against anything that uses electronics.
Ah, yes. The joys of broadcasting from the Wasteland. Now, Tunnel Rat, you mentioned earlier that you lost your squad in Vault 11. Now, I'm guessing that's not a story with a happy ending, and probably not something most people would want to hear over dinner.
No, it ain't, Rads. It's not a happy story. It's not even a story that makes any sense when you really think about it. Vault 11. Well, Vault 11 is the darkest place I've ever been. And you know something? I've crawled through irradiated sewers, explored raider torture chambers, spent nights in super mutant layers. Ain't nothing compares to what Vault-Tec did in that place.
I see. If you don't mind me asking, Tunnel Rat, what? I'm almost afraid to ask. What made it so uniquely horrible? Well, we've already talked about gambling with people's lives. What could be worse than that?
Vault 11 was Vault-Tec's experiment in manufactured sacrifice and systematic murder, disguised as democratic process. Every single year, for over 2 centuries, the Vault Dwellers had to hold an election This wasn't an election to choose a leader, representative, or decision maker. It was an election to choose who would die.
Jesus H. Christ. They had to vote someone to death? Their own neighbors, families, friends?
That's right. Every single year. The Vault's computer system, I think they called it a Democratic Oversight Committee, that would announce that failure to hold the annual sacrifice election would result in everyone in the Vault dying. The computer would shut down life support, lock all the doors, and murder everyone inside. So they'd campaign. They'd debate policy positions. They'd make speeches. And then they'd vote to execute whoever received the most votes.
How does a human society even function under those conditions? How do you maintain any kind of social structure when you're forced to murder each other annually?
That's the thing, Rads. It didn't function. Well, not in any way that deserves to be called human civilization. I found these, campaign propaganda posters throughout this vault. Things like a vote for Henderson is a vote for the continued survival of humanity. Henderson's face crossed out in a red marker by his own family members. Voting terminals that track decades of these death elections, complete with voter turnout statistics and demographic breakdowns of who voted to kill who. And at the center of it all, an execution chamber. A single metal chair wired to enough electricity to power a small settlement.
And this went on for how long? How many people died this way?
Well, according to the meticulously kept records, because of course Vault-Tec wanted detailed documentation of their experiment. Over 200 years of annual state-sanctioned murders, all legitimized by a democratic vote. The psychology of it was the real torture, Rads. Families would turn against each other during campaign season. Neighbors would form voting blocks to target people they didn't like. They'd nominate the elderly, the sick, the unpopular. Anyone they couldn't morally justify sacrificing for another year's survival.
And, what finally ended this nightmare? Did someone finally refuse to participate?
The last 5 residents, I think I can't remember what year, everyone else was either dead or had managed to escape the vault. These 5 people, and I found their names in the final administrative logs, Catherine Roy, Nathan Gus, and Ann, they refused to hold the election. They said no to the computer, no to the system, no to 2 centuries of tradition.
I see. And what happened? Did the computer follow through on its threat?
The computer revealed that the truth that had been hidden for over 200 years. If they had refused to hold the election from the very beginning, if they had just said no to the first demand for human sacrifice, the vault door would have opened immediately. And they all could have left. That's right. This whole thing was a test. You know, sick test to see if people would resist moral authority, even when that authority threatened them with death. Yeah, they failed. They failed that.
And your squad went into this place? How did NCR Command not know what they were sending you into?
5 good soldiers, Rads. Sorry.
It's fine. Just, you can take your time.
Martinez. Rodriguez. Johnson and Peterson and me. We were supposed to assess the vault for potential military assets. Weapons, technology, strategic value. I was the demolitions and structural expert. My job was to identify any engineering hazards and map the facility layout, but the place, you know, it's the psychological weight of walking through 2 centuries of systematic murder. I don't know, it's hard to describe. It broke something in all of us.
I understand. What happened, Tunnel Rat? If you can tell us.
Started with Johnson. Started having nightmares after the first night we spent inside. He, God damn it. Sorry, he kept talking about the campaign posters. You know, kept asking if we were gonna have to vote on who got to leave the vault alive. Martinez, he wouldn't stop obsessing over the execution chair. I don't know why he kept measuring it. Trying to figure out exactly how the electrical system worked. Rodriguez became convinced the vault's computer was still functional. And it was gonna make us hold our own election to decide who got to make the report to NCR Command.
And did you lose them in a cave-in? Is that right?
I was checking the lower mechanical levels for structural integrity. The main part of the atrium ceiling collapsed. Some kind of delayed structural failure. The concrete had been slowly weakening for decades. Trapped them in the main propaganda display, surrounded by all those election posters and voting terminals. Breathing concrete dust and radiation for 6 hours while I try to dig them out with improvised tools.
I see. How many made it out, Tunnel Rat?
Rodriguez and Martin. Rodriguez and Martinez died on the spot, crushed by concrete slabs before I could reach them. Johnson, Peterson, and I made it back to the NCR medical station at Camp Forlorn Hope. But radiation exposure and psychological trauma. Johnson ate his service pistol 3 months later. Left a note saying he couldn't stop dreaming about election campaigns. Peterson requested a transfer. And, I never saw him again. Word is, he ended up in some desk job. And, I don't know. Guess he never went underground again. They were my boys, you know.
I'm sorry for your loss, Tunnel Rat. I guess that's a hell of a thing to carry around with you.
Yeah, that's why I keep exploring these places, Rads. You know, someone needs to document what happened. Someone, needs to make sure people understand what Vault-Tec did in the name of scientific advancement and social experimentation. These goddamn things weren't research facilities. They were torture chambers, clipboards, data collection protocols.
Well, why don't we move on here to something that might be easier to talk about? Though I'm starting to suspect that phrase doesn't apply to any Vault story. Let me see here. What can you tell us about Vault 22?
Yeah, easier to talk about. Well, Rads, Vault 22 is where I learned that, there are fates worse than death. Worse than murder. Worse than anything the human imagination can conjure up. Much worse.
All right. Well, hit us with it. What fresh hell did Vault-Tec cook up in Vault 22?
All right. Vault 22. It was designed as an agricultural research facility, which, sounds innocent enough when you say it like that. Vault-Tec's marketing materials probably described it as developing new food sources for the post-apocalyptic world. Helping humanity build through innovative farming techniques. Noble goals if you ignore the methods they use to achieve them.
Let me guess. The plants had other ideas about who was supposed to be eating whom?
No, the plants were fine, Rats. Actually, the crops they developed were pretty remarkable. Radiation resistant, high yield, nutrient dense. It was the fungus. Yeah. Goddamn fungus that turned everything into a goddamn biological horror show. They were experimenting with a mutated strain called Bavaria mordicana, supposedly designed to help crops grow faster and bigger in post-war conditions. Now, instead it started growing on people. In people. Through people.
Growing through people? That sounds like something out of a pre-war science fiction horror movie.
It was worse than any movie I've ever saw, Rads. Because movies end after 2 hours. And you get to go home. This fungus, it would infect a human host through spore inhalation. Then colonize the entire nervous system over the course of weeks. Right? It would keep the host alive during the process, conscious and aware while fungal tendrils grew through their brain tissue. Then it would kill them. And then reanimate the corpse as a mobile spore distribution system. I think the technical term in the research notes was spore carriers or something like that. Former humans turned into walking fungal colonies with one purpose: spread the infection.
And let me get this right. You went into this place voluntarily? Oh, tunnel rat. What could possibly be worth that risk? NCR intelligence needed to know if the agricultural research could be salvaged.
If there were any food production techniques worth recovering. When I, explored Vault 22, the whole place was... Oh man, it was... completely overgrown. Fungal growth covering every surface like a grain brownie carpet. Yeah, spores so thick in the air you could have seen them swirling in your flashlight beam and those things shambling through the corridors. The labs and the living quarters used to be.
Can I ask, sorry, can I just ask what these spore carriers actually look like? In my head, I'm imagining sort of zombie movie stuff, probably worse.
They still kind of looked human at first glance, which I don't know, made it kind of worse somehow. From a distance, you might think there were just some vault dwellers. You know, who might need some medical attention or something, but yeah, up close, fungal tendrils growing out of their eye sockets. It's like organic fiber optic cables. Mushroom caps erupting from their shoulders and scalp. Spores constantly just puffing out of holes in their skin with every movement. And, there was something else. It was like they moved wrong, Rads. Jerky, unnatural. Like marionettes being operated by someone who'd never seen a human walk before. You know what I'm saying, Rads?
Yes, I can picture it now. And how did you survive exploring that kind of nightmare? Luck and a good respirator, perhaps?
Military-grade environmental suit and, yeah, pure luck, mostly. But, you know, I also found this, these research logs of an NCR scientist named Keeley, I think, she'd been studying the facility. It turns out she was, NCR OSI, Office of Science and Industry, and she'd been documenting the ecological damage the vault's experiments had caused throughout the Mojave. Her notes were like a survival manual for navigating biological hazards.
And let me ask, what happened to the original vault dwellers in there? Did they all get turned into these spore carrier things?
Well, see now, according to Keeley's research, if I remember properly, and in some of the vault's own medical logs, most died in the initial outbreak when the fungus escaped containment around 2096 or something like that. Some managed to escape the vault before getting infected. But they spread the contamination to other parts of the Mojave. Keeley, she traced several ecological disasters back to Vault 22. You know, Vault 22 refugees carrying spores to places like Zion Canyon or the Big Empty, and the vault itself became this special self-sustaining nightmare ecosystem where the fungus just kept growing, kept spreading, kept creating more carriers from organic matter.
And let me just ask about the original research. Was any of this actually useful? Or was it just all biological warfare disguised as agriculture?
Well, I guess that's the sick irony of it, Rads. The agricultural research was genuinely brilliant. They had developed crop strains that could grow in heavily irrigated soil, produce 3 times the normal nutritional content, and resist most common wasteland diseases and pests. If they had stuck to legitimate plant genetics instead of experimenting with weaponized fungi, well, Vol 22 could have helped feed the entire post-war world.
But Vault-Tec could resist the urge to turn beneficial research into a potential weapon. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's a pattern with all these places. Take something that could help humanity survive and recover, then twist it into an instrument of suffering and control.
Speaking of twisted corporate priorities, let's take another commercial break before we dive into the rest of your vault exploration stories. Folks, we'll be back after this.
Do you need something delivered across the dangerous Mojave Wasteland? Then you need Mojave Express Courier Service. We've been delivering packages across the desert since 2,276, and we've only lost, well, let's not talk specific numbers, but our success rate is definitely above 30%.
I hired Mojave Express to deliver a birthday cake to my sister in Novak. It only took 3 attempts, 2 replacement cakes, and a running gun battle with powder gangers, but it finally arrived. Sure, it was a week late and mostly rad roach larvae by then, but it's the thought that counts.
Mojave Express Courier Service. We deliver anywhere, if we survive the trip.
And we're back with Vault Explorer Tunnel Rat Vasquez, live from his secret radio position somewhere in the Mojave Desert. Tunnel Rat? Let's see here. Let's talk about Vault 3. Now, I understand the fiends have made themselves at home there and that it's become their primary base of operations.
They have, Rats, but Vault 3's story is different from the psychological torture chambers we've been discussing. This one was actually one of Vault-Tec's control vaults. No documented social experiment, no hidden agenda. Just meant to preserve a population and basic technology for eventual reintegration with surface society.
So what went wrong here? If it was supposed to be one of the normal vaults, how did it end up as a raider stronghold?
Yeah, well, it was a water system failure. So the vault's primary water recycling system developed this catastrophic leak. You know, that they couldn't repair with available materials and expertise. So now the dwellers, they were forced to open the vault and establish trade relationships with surface communities to obtain the resources they needed for survival.
Well, that doesn't sound too bad. Trading with outsiders, becoming part of the broader Wasteland community, that's actually kind of hopeful.
Yeah, it was, for a while. Specifically, for about, 20 years. Vault 3 operated as a peaceful trading hub. They had clean water when their systems were working, preserved pre-war technology, educated residents who could provide services, like medical care and equipment repair. The vault had, the vault became a legitimate settlement that other communities relied upon.
I'm sorry for butting in, but I'm sensing a but that's going to ruin this brief moment of optimism.
But Motor Runner's Fiend Gang, now they decided they wanted the vault for themselves. The residents were peaceful traders, not soldiers. They had no defense against a coordinated assault by drug-fueled psychopaths with military weapons.
And what happened to the original vault dwellers?
Well, to be blunt, slaughter. Complete extermination. Men, women, children, elderly, anyone who couldn't escape the first few minutes of the attack. The fiends didn't want prisoners or slaves. They just wanted everyone dead so they could claim the territory without resistance.
My God. And Tunnel Rat, you've actually been inside fiend territory? That seems incredibly dangerous, even by vault exploration standards.
I had to, Rads. I had to. NCR intelligence needed detailed information about fiend capabilities, resources, their strategic positions. Took me about 4 separate infiltration attempts over 6 months to map the vault's current state and assess what kind of threat the fiends pose to NCR expansion.
And what did you find inside? How have the fiends modified the original vault?
They turned it into exactly what you'd expect from drug-addicted raiders with no understanding of technology or long-term planning. Residential areas became drug laboratories where they manufacture psycho, jet, and experimental chems using repurposed hydroponics equipment. The workshops and maintenance areas, they became crude weapon factories. The medical bay became a place where they patch up their own wounded and experiment with new drug combinations on prisoners.
Was there any sign of what happened to the original inhabitants? Mass graves, memorials, anything?
Motor Runner keeps their skulls as decorations in his personal quarters, you know. Men, women, children's skulls all arranged on shelves like some kind of trophy collection. Yeah, he's turned the vault overseer's office into his own throne room. Sits on a throne, planning raids and drug deals.
Well, that's genuinely horrific. It makes you realize that sometimes the real monsters aren't the result of radiation or twisted experiments.
Exactly, Rads. Exactly. Vault 3 shows that even when Vault Tech didn't deliberately torture people, even when they tried to create something resembling normal human society, the Wasteland found ways to create horror and suffering anyway. The Vault Dwellers did everything right. You know, they adapted to their circumstances, established peaceful trade relationships that try to rebuild civilization. But it didn't matter. Didn't matter when they encountered people who chose violence and cruelty over cooperation.
Okay, let's maybe try shifting the gears to something more well, with more psychological complexity, maybe with some less outright gore. Let's see here. Tell us, Tunnel Rad, tell us about Vault 19 and their red versus blue experiment.
Vault 19. Yep. Now that's a master class in paranoia, manufactured paranoia, and artificial tribal warfare. Vault 19, Vault-Tec wanted to see if they could create deep social divisions and sustain conflict through purely psychological manipulation, without using drugs, without using violence.
And how do you artificially create paranoia and tribal hatred? It seems like it would require some pretty sophisticated psychological techniques.
Okay, so the vault, it was split, right? They split it in two completely separate sections from day one. Day one, you had red sector and you had blue sector. So residents were assigned to one section or the other, supposedly at random, but really based on, detailed psychological profiles that Vault-Tec had compiled during the selection process. Then they used subliminal audio cues, carefully edited medical records, and orchestrated accidents to make each side gradually become paranoid about the other.
And did the manufactured division actually work? Could they create hatred where none existed before?
Too well, Rads. Too well. Yep. I found evidence throughout that vault that by, I think about year 10 of the experiment, the red and the blue sections were essentially at war with each other. Sabotage of each other's equipment, theft of food and supplies, violent confrontations in the shared areas, even murder. All over completely artificial divisions that existed. Only because Vault-Tec wanted to study human tribal behavior.
And who was running this experiment? Were there overseers manipulating both sides?
Well, each section had its own overseer. And I think both were in on the experiment. They would feed their respective populations false information about the other side. Fake medical reports suggesting that the other sector was diseased or something. Fabricated security reports about planned attacks and doctor resource allocation data to make each side think the other was stealing from them.
And what finally broke the cycle? How did it end?
Well, the vault dwellers figured it out, right? I'll think about, it's been so long now, I think around year 18. Now someone from the blue sector managed to hack into the Red Sector's computer system. And it found documents proving the whole conflict was artificially manufactured. And when both sides realized this, when they realized they'd been manipulated into hating each other, they turned their anger on the real enemy. The Overseers and Vault-Tec.
And then they opened the vault and escaped?
Most of them scattered into the Wasteland, yeah. But, that kind of psychological damage, that was permanent. Even after they learned the truth, even after they knew, many of the residents, they couldn't overcome the hatred and suspicion they developed. I think some joined raider gangs, and others became hermits who couldn't trust anyone. I think the artificial tribalism became real tribalism that lasted decades after the experiment ended.
Were there any lasting physical effects on the vault itself?
The sulfur caves beneath the vault, the geological instability that the conflict created, all that sabotage, structural damage from fighting, that led to a sulfur gas leak that made everyone even more agitated and paranoid during the final years. Later, the powder gangsters used those same caves as hiding spots and supply caches after their prison break from the NCR correctional facility.
So, Vault-Tec's experiments keep creating problems decades after the original subjects are dead or gone.
That's the pattern, Rads. These places are like psychological landmines buried throughout the Wasteland, still exploding years later and taking innocent people with them.
Well, speaking of explosions, let's talk about Vault 34 and how it created the boomers. That's got to be a story about weaponry and violence.
The boomers are, they're a success story. Depending on, how you define success and how much you value things like sanity and peaceful coexistence.
I'm sorry. Success? Aren't they the xenophobic military cult holed up at Nellis Air Force Base who shoot artillery at anyone who gets too close?
They are, but they're also alive, organized, technologically advanced, and completely self-sufficient. That's more than you could say for most Vault experiment results. They've managed to thrive in the Wasteland while maintaining their cultural identity and technological capabilities.
What was Vault-Tec's, original experimental purpose for Vault 34? I'm guessing it involved weapons somehow.
Vault-Tec, they wanted to study the effects of unlimited access to weapons and ammunition on a closed population. So, every single resident, men, women, children, that's right, even children, had unrestricted access to the Vault's armory. We're talking pistols, rifles, shotguns, explosives, military-grade equipment. Everything short of nuclear weapons, basically.
Well, that sounds like a recipe for everyone killing each other within the first week.
It does, but surprisingly, that did not happen. So, Instead of descending into violence, the vault dwellers developed a incredibly sophisticated and disciplined gun culture. Marksmanship became the most valued social skill. Weapons maintenance was considered high art. Military-style organization became their entire social structure. They turned potential chaos into order through discipline and shared expertise.
How interesting. So what drove them out of the vault? Did they finally have their civil war?
Reactor problems. The vault's nuclear power system started having these critical failures, and despite their impressive technical skills, they couldn't fix radiation leaks with bullets and explosives, so most of the vault became uninhabitable. And so the survivors packed up every weapon they could, and they headed for Dallas Air Force Base.
And now they're the most heavily armed group in the Mojave?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, by far. Oh, yeah. They've got pre-war howitzers. They've managed to repair and maintain a functional B-29 bomber aircraft. Perimeter defense systems can eliminate threats from miles away. Yeah, the Vault experiment created exactly what Vault-Tec wanted to study. A heavily armed, highly disciplined, military-organized population.
But they're completely hostile to outsiders?
Flip side of their military efficiency is complete paranoia about outside threats. They view anyone who isn't a boomer as a potential enemy and needs to be eliminated before they can pose a threat to boomer security. It's the logical, extreme of an armed society. Everyone outside your group becomes a target.
You've actually tried to get close to Nellis? Tunnel Rat, that seems suicidal.
I've managed to get into the outer areas of Vault 34. The sections that aren't completely irradiated, the radiation levels are still dangerous. And the boomers have booby-trapped most of the entrances they don't want people using, but I found evidence of their original weapons training programs, marksmanship competitions, even children's artwork depicting guns and explosions as normal parts of daily life.
Children's artwork of guns and explosions? That seems psychologically disturbing.
That's what, growing up in an overarmed vault does to your worldview, Rads. Violence and weaponry become normalized to the point where, children think artillery bombardments are entertainment. The boomers are probably the most functional, successful vault survivors in the Mojave, but they're also completely incapable of peaceful coexistence with anyone outside their group.
Well, we're shortly approaching our time limit here, Tunnel Rat, but I guess what do I want? I want your overall thoughts. What do all these vault experiments tell us about pre-war corporate mentality and the society that created them?
They, I guess they tell us that Vault-Tec, and by extension the entire pre-war corporate and government structure, viewed human beings as expendable test subjects. Nearly every vault was designed to gather data about some aspect of human psychology or sociology, usually under conditions of extreme stress, isolation, or manufactured crises. The people who people who designed these experiments, they knew they were condemning innocent people. Innocent people, condemning them to suffering and death. And they did it. They did it anyway because, well, they convinced themselves it was for the greater good of science and humanity's future.
Can I ask you, do you think any of this research was actually useful for rebuilding civilization?
Look, there's no doubt, and that's a hard question. Some of the agricultural research from Vault 22, some of the medical technology, maybe some of the resource management systems, but the psychological experiments, the social manipulation techniques, that knowledge is too dangerous to exist, Rads. The fact that groups like Caesar's Legion and certain NCR government factions are still using modified versions of Vault-Tec's behavioral control methods, that shows the real legacy of the vaults isn't really scientific progress. It's normalized institutional cruelty.
Tunnel Rat, do you have any advice for listeners who might be curious about vault exploration despite everything you've told us?
Yeah, I do. Don't do it. Seriously. Most of these places will kill you in ways you can't imagine and wouldn't want to experience or imagine. Radiation exposure, automated defense systems, structural collapses, contaminated air, hostile wildlife that's mutated beyond recognition, and worst of all, other people who've decided the vault belongs to them now and are willing to kill to keep it. If you absolutely have to explore pre-war ruins for salvage, stick to surface buildings. Bring back up. And never go underground alone. Don't do that.
And given that sort of advice, what about your own future, Tunnel Rat? Any plans to hang up the Tunnel Rat lifestyle and settle down somewhere safe?
Yeah, I can't stop now, Rads. There are still vaults out there I haven't found. There are stories that need to be documented. Evidence that needs to be preserved. Plus, I may have discovered something recently, something big that could change how we understand what Vault-Tec was really trying to accomplish with these experiments. But, I'm not ready to talk about that on the air yet. I'm still in the middle of it.
Mysterious and ominous. Well, Tunnel Rat, thank you for sharing your stories and expertise with us tonight. Stay safe out there in the desert, Tunnel Rat, and keep documenting the truth. And please, for the love of God, come back on and tell us all about your adventures.
I will do, Rads, and thanks for having me on. And just a message for your listeners. Remember that, the past isn't dead in the Wasteland. It's still down there in the dark, waiting for someone foolish enough or brave enough to go looking for it. Sometimes the most important stories are the ones that nobody wants to hear.
Well, ladies and gentlemen of the Wasteland, that was Eddie Tunnel Rat Vasquez, a man who's seen more of humanity's buried sins and corporate-sponsored atrocities than anyone should have to witness. The stories he's shared with us tonight remind us that the Great War didn't really end. It just moved. It moved underground and continued for another 200 years in the form of systematic psychological torture disguised as scientific research. Wasteland is full of buried secrets, hidden dramas, and forgotten experiments that continue to shape the present. But it's also full of people trying to build something better on top of the ruins of the old one. Sometimes survival isn't enough. Sometimes you have to choose between becoming a monster and remaining human, and the choice you make echoes through generations. Wastelanders, this is DJ Rads, signing off from the Mojave Desert. And I'm reminding you tonight that history is written by the survivors. But the real stories are buried in the ground beneath our feet, just waiting for someone with the courage to dig them up and the wisdom to learn from them. Sleep tight, Wastelanders, and remember this. When you're walking across the desert under the stars, you never know what's hidden in the darkness below. The past is still alive down there. And yes, I'm afraid it's not done with us yet. Good night.
You're listening to Galaxy News Radio, broadcasting across the capital wasteland, the voice of survival in these uncertain times. It's time to burn the midnight oil with your host, the ghoul with the golden voice, DJ Rads.
Good evening, Wastelanders. DJ Rads here, coming to you live from my cozy little broadcasting bunker somewhere in the capital wasteland. And no, I won't tell you where, because last time I did that, I had raiders knocking on my door asking for autographs. Turns out they were fans of the show. Still had to shoot them, but it was flattering. Tonight, my friends, we've got something spooky brewing. Something that'll make you double-check those door locks, keep your plasma rifle within arm's reach, and maybe, just maybe, sleep with the lights on tonight. It's our annual Wasteland Ghost Stories episode, where we open up the phone lines and let you folks share the tales that keep you awake at night. Now, before we dive into darkness, let me establish some ground rules here. These are unverified accounts, meaning I can't personally confirm whether these stories are true, whether they're exaggerations, or whether someone ate 200-year-old processed food and had the worst trip of their life. But here's what I believe. Legends exist for a reason. They're warnings. They're signposts pointing at the places where reality gets fuzzy and the normal rules stop applying. They tell us where not to go, what not to touch, and who not to trust. Tonight, we've got, let's see here, we've got around 4 callers lined up, each with their own tale of terror from different corners of the wasteland. Stories about places where people go in and don't come out the same, or don't come out at all. So grab yourself a Nuka-Cola, check the expiration date first, get comfortable, make sure your Geiger counter isn't clicking too enthusiastically, and let's begin our journey into the weird, into the wrong, and the genuinely disturbing. Our first caller is, let me see here, his name is Marco, a trader from Westside in the Mojave, and he's got a story about a casino you can check into, but can't check out of. Marco, welcome to the Midnight Oil.
Hi, DJ Rads. Thanks for taking my call. I'm calling from Westside, like you said, and man, I've been waiting to tell someone about this. Someone who might actually believe me. Everyone around here thinks I'm crazy or on chems when I bring it up, but I swear in every cab I've ever earned that this story happened exactly like I'm about to tell you.
Well, that's why we're here, Marco. No judgment, just listening. What have you got for us?
Okay. So, there's this trader I know, a guy named Cooper. He's been running caravans between Mojave outposts for about 15 years. Solid guy, experienced, knows every trail and every danger. The kind of trader who's survived deathclaw attacks, raider ambushes, random exposure, you name it. Tough as they come, right? About 6 months back, he shows up at Westside looking like he aged 20 years overnight. Hands shaking like a junkie. Won't sleep without every light in his place turned on. And he's constantly humming this tune under his breath. Can't seem to stop. Even when he doesn't realize he's doing it.
And what kind of tune are we talking about here, Marco?
Well, Rads, that's the weirdest part. It's like pre-war music, I think. Old world stuff. Real smooth and real haunting. A woman's voice. Cooper said the signal called her Vera Kies or something. Like it was announcing a singer. Singing about something. About begin again and let's go and finding you in the dark. The kind of quality you don't really hear anymore. It's like it's coming from a professional studio with zero static. Cooper says he picked it up on his Pip-Boy radio while traveling south through the mountain passes. He told me the signal was so clear, so perfect, that at first he thought his Pip-Boy was kind of malfunctioning because nothing broadcasts that clean anymore. So, naturally, like an idiot, his words, not mine, he decided to follow the signal. He said it was like the music was calling to him specifically, like he couldn't help himself, even though every survival instinct was screaming at him to turn around. The signal let him off the established trade routes, up into the mountain ranges, where the rocks turn red and the air gets thin and cold. That's when he saw the fog.
I'm sorry, Marco. Did you say fog? Fog? In the middle of a desert mountain range?
That's right. Not regular fog. He described it like red. Like someone took blood and smoke and mixed them together into this thick mist that didn't move natural, like sort of clung in the valley, clinging on to buildings. And yeah, there were buildings. A whole pre-war city hidden in this valley, completely intact, wrapped in that red cloud like a burial shroud. The buildings had this weird glow to them, and Cooper could see people walking around in the streets.
Marco, were these living people?
Rads, they were holograms. Pre-war holographic projections. Still running around after 200 years. People dressed in fancy clothes from before the bombs. Suits, dresses, the works. Just walking around their program routines over and over. Cooper said it was the most beautiful thing and the most wrong thing he'd ever seen. The past playing on repeat while surrounded by this poison fog. But it was the music, Rads. He said it was the music that kept them going forward, kept drawing them deeper into the city. So he went. That's when he felt something cold and metallic snap around his neck. Before he could react, there was his collar locked tight around his throat. Heavy thing with a small screen showing a radio signal. And it started beeping. Slow at first, then faster and faster, the closer he got to the speakers of the radios.
And was this a bomb collar, Marco?
That's what Cooper figured out real quick. The beeping was a warning. Get too close to a radio signal, and the collar would explode and take his head clean off. But here's the nightmare part. The whole city was full of speakers. Radios in the streets. Speakers mounted on poles. That music playing from everywhere. He had to navigate through this maze of death, trying to follow the same paths between the signals. And then the ghost people showed up. That's what Cooper called them. Figures in old hazmat suits, moving wrong, jerky, and unnatural, kind of like puppets on strings, he said. He put 6 rounds into one at close range, and it just got back up. He said you can't kill them. They just keep getting back up, no matter what you do. You can knock them down, blow them apart, but they don't die.
Oh my goodness. Marco, how did he escape?
Okay, Rat, so he made it to the center of this weird city. There was this massive casino called the Sierra Madre. Pre-war luxury, preserved perfectly, all lit up like the bombs never fell and the world never ended. Inside it was pristine, like someone had been maintaining it daily for 2 centuries, but it was a trap, DJ. The whole casino was full of these hologram security systems. Hard light projections that would burn you alive if you stepped into their beams. Speakers in every corner, ready to set off the caller. Security systems that still worked perfectly after all this time. Cooper said he found a vault in the basement. Gold bars. Stacks and stacks of them. More wealth than the entire NCR treasury. The caller wouldn't let him take it. The weight would slow him down too much, make it impossible to navigate the signals on the way out. He had to choose between the treasure and his life. Somehow, and he won't say exactly how, Cooper got the caller off and made it out alive. But let me tell you, he's not the same person, Rads. I've seen the scars around his neck where the caller sat. I've heard him awake, wake up screaming about ghost people and poison fog and that song, man. Man, he won't stop humming it. Sometimes he'll be in the middle of a conversation and just stop. Like he's listening to something nobody else can hear. And then he'll start humming it again. Over and over.
And, Marco, sorry, did he tell you exactly where this location was? The exact location?
Just that it's somewhere deep in the Mojave. In the mountains south of the main trade routes. But, here's the thing that really scares me, Rads. Apparently Cooper's not the only one who's heard that music. Other traders have reported picking up the same signal. Some of them followed it. None of those came back. Cooper might be the only person who ever escaped the Sierra Madre.
Marco, I have heard Sierra Madre's been a legend in the Mojave for years. Old-timers talk about this ghost casino full of treasure. Some say the Brotherhood of Steel lost an entire expedition looking for it, including one of their elders, Father, Elijah. Disappeared chasing rumors of pre-war technology and never, ever returned. If your friend Cooper actually found it and escaped, he's the luckiest trader in the Wasteland, or something let him leave.
Yeah, that's what worries me. What if something wanted him to escape? What if that music is still playing? Still calling people in, and Cooper's just advertising it by humming that song everywhere he goes.
Marco, that is a disturbing thought. I really appreciate this call, and you can tell Cooper to keep away from radio signals for a while, and if you hear any mysterious music broadcasting on frequencies that shouldn't exist, walk the other way. Preferably run. All right, Wastelanders. Let's see who's on line 2. Hello? Is this Seth? You're live on the Midnight Oil.
It's right. DJ Rads. Been doing security for trading caravans for 8 years now. Seen just about every kind of trouble the capital Wasteland can throw at a person. Super mutants, raider ambushes, feral gal packs, you name it, the whole catalog of horrors. Thought I'd seen everything. Then I went to Andale.
Andale? I've never heard of it.
Yeah, most people haven't. It's a small settlement. Maybe like 40, 50 people. Tucked away south of here in the hills. And that's intentional, I think.
They don't advertise themselves, don't invite traders, don't show up on most maps. You only find Andale if you're specifically looking for it, or if you get very, very unlucky on your route. Now, Rads, this happened about 2 years back. I was hired by a merchant named Horton to, protect him on the route through some of the smaller settlements. We'd hit several already, honest places, where people were just trying to survive, trading what they had, grateful for outside contact. But then we came to Andale.
Seth, what made Andale different?
Everything, Rads. Everything about the place was wrong. From the moment we saw it, it was too clean. I'm talking white picket fences, fresh paint, swept streets, well-maintained houses. In the Wasteland, nothing looks like that unless someone's putting in serious work to maintain appearances. And the people, 2 main families, the Smiths and the Wilsons. They came out to greet us, all smiles and waves like we were long-lost relatives. They were too friendly, overly enthusiastic about having visitors. Kept insisting we stay for dinner, talking about their award-winning meat pies. Going on and on about their traditional recipes and special ingredients. Now let me tell you, Horton was charmed. Said they reminded him of old American hospitality. The way things used to be before the bombs. Said it was nice to see civilization survive.
But I'm guessing, Seth, that you weren't convinced.
I'm paid to be suspicious, Rads. It's literally my job to assume everyone's a threat until proven otherwise. Something about those smiles didn't reach their eyes. Something about the way they kept insisting, not offering, insisting that we stay for dinner. So Hardin accepted their invitation to eat at the Smith's house. I told them I'd stay outside with our Brahmin and supplies. Told them someone needed to keep watch. I waited outside for about an hour. Everything seemed normal at first. I could hear voices inside, laughing and talking. The Wilsons were in their own house next door. Kids were playing in the yard. But then the kids started. The kids started acting strange.
They were acting strange? Strange how, Seth?
Well, they kept on looking back at their houses with these scared expressions. Not the normal wariness kids in the Wasteland developed. This was different, Rads. This was fear of something specific. Two of them couldn't have been more than 9 or 10 years old. Kept on trying to get my attention without their parents noticing. Finally, one of them got close enough to slip me a note. Folded up piece of paper with shaky handwriting and crayon. It said, "Help us. Please take us away." Yeah. I tried to ask them what was wrong. They just shook their heads and ran back toward their houses. That's when I heard something coming from the Smith's house, from underneath it. A sound like somebody crying, muffled, desperate. I started moving toward the house to investigate, but then Hardin came stumbling out.
I see. And what condition was Hardin in?
Pale. Pale as a sheet. Green around the gills, looked like he wanted to vomit or pass out or both. He wouldn't talk. Wouldn't explain, just grabbed my arm and said, "We need to leave. Right now." The Smiths came out behind him. Still smiling, waving goodbye, asking if he'd enjoyed the pie. Hardin just walked faster. We packed up. We left Andale that night. Never went back. And Hardin never told me what he saw or what happened in that house. But I can tell you this. He hasn't eaten meat since. Not Brahmin, not Radroach, not Mole Rat, nothing. Anytime someone offers him meat, he turns green and makes an excuse.
Am I right in saying you never found out what was in the basement?
Not directly. But I asked around after that. Talked to other caravan guards, other travelers. Found a drifter who actually went into one of those basements before the families caught him snooping. He told me what he saw. And DJ, I almost didn't believe him.
Well, I'm afraid to ask, but we're too far gone now. What did he see?
Meat hooks. Industrial equipment. Cutting equipment. Tables set up for butchering. All of it clean and well maintained. Clearly in regular use. The meat hanging on those hooks. Marcus said it didn't look like Brahmin. Said the proportions were all wrong. Said he saw fingers. There were cages too. Empty when he saw them. But recently used. Chains attached to the walls. And in the corner a collection of personal effects. Wallets, jewelry, bags. Kind of things travelers carry. He got out before the families found him, but he said he could hear crying coming from somewhere deep in the basement. Children's voices.
I'm sorry, Seth. Are you telling me this settlement?
I'm telling you that the special ingredients in those meat pies aren't Brahmin. I'm telling you that travelers sometimes wander through Andale and they don't wander back out. And I'm telling you that those families maintain their perfect little settlement through methods that would make raiders look civilized. The worst part? I've heard the same story from 3 other caravan guards now. Different details, different years, same settlement, same families, same meat pies. And every single person who goes there knows something is deeply wrong. But nobody wants to say it out loud. Nobody wants to admit what those people are.
And why hasn't anyone reported this? Why hasn't the Brotherhood investigated or...
And tell them what exactly, Rads? Tell Tell them what? That a settlement is too clean? That a trader got scared at dinner? There ain't no concrete proof, just suspicious stories and people who won't eat meat anymore. And besides, some places in the wasteland survive by making terrible choices. Question is whether they started making those choices out of desperation, or whether they enjoy it.
That is one dark thought, Seth.
It is a dark wasteland, Rads. All I know is I'll never take another contract route through Andale. And if any traders are listening out there, if you see white picket fences, if you see families' smiles too wide and offering you prize-winning meat pies, children try to slip you notes begging for help, I'm telling you to keep walking. Don't accept dinner invitations. Don't ask what's in the basement. Just leave.
Well, that sounds like solid advice. Thanks for the call, Seth. Stay safe out there.
You too, DJ. Keep broadcasting. People need to hear these warnings.
Well, Wastelanders, we're 2 stories deep into tonight's episode, and I'm already feeling like I need something stronger than this weird coffee. That last one hit different. Sometimes the real monsters are the ones who smile while they're doing monstrous things. The ones who maintain white picket fences and perfect lawns while hiding abattoirs in their basements. Now, our next story moves away from human evil into something more, well, more metaphysical. Something that gets in your head and doesn't let go. If you scare easily, you might want to take a little break. Go check your perimeter, count your ammunition, do something to ground yourself in reality, because this next tale is about losing grip on reality and something ancient and patient that whispers in the dark. Wasteland Comm Line 3. You're live. You're live on the air. Hello? Caller? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, this is hard to talk about. Every time I try to tell someone about this, I feel like someone's listening.
Well, take your time, friend. You're calling from the Commonwealth? Is that right?
Yeah. I'm a scrapper. Or I was, anyway. Might be done with that line of work after what happened. I had a partner, guy, named Vince. Best salvager I ever worked with. Had this sixth sense for finding valuable tech in ruins that everyone else picked clean. That talent, that's what got him. That's what took him away.
Got him? Got him how?
Well, we were working the DC ruins. dangerous territory, but the salvage, it's worth the risk if you're smart and careful. Vince found this building. Dunwich Building. That's what the faded sign said. Most of it had collapsed, but there were still accessible floors. Now, Vince thought if you could pull out good pre-war tech, maybe some intact computers or servers. The building was wrong from the start. I felt it in my bones the moment we got close. It was dark. Darker than it should have been, even for a ruin with no power. Our flashlights, they seemed dimmer inside. Like the darkness was actively fighting the light, but Vince was excited, so he went in.
And what did you find?
Holotapes. Dozens of them. Scattered through the office, like someone had been frantically recording their thoughts. Pre-war recordings from an employee named Jamie Palabras. He worked there before the bombs. The tapes were dated sequentially, and we started listening to them while we searched for salvage. The first tape was normal. Jamie talking about his job, his commute, office politics, boring stuff. But the third tape, he was mentioning strange dreams. And by the fifth tape, he was hearing voices when nobody was there. By the seventh tape, he was writing symbols he didn't understand. And his hand just moved on its own. By the final tape, sorry.
That's okay. What happened in the final tape?
He wasn't speaking English anymore, or any language I recognized. Just this name, repeated over and over, with increasing desperation and reverence. Ugh Qualtoff. And underneath his voice, DJ, there was another sound, like whispering in a frequency just below human hearing. It made my teeth hurt. Vincent listened to all of them. He was fascinated, and then he went down to the basement. Down where the structure should have collapsed. Through passages that somehow stayed intact through the bombs and 2 centuries of decay, and in a chamber deep underground. We found it.
You found it? Found what?
An obelisk. An obelisk. Black stone. Smooth as glass. Perfectly geometric. No markings, no inscriptions. But it radiated something. Not heat, not radiation, something else. Vince reached out and touched it. Said it was warm. Said it felt alive, like it was breathing. Said he could feel it vibrating with a pulse that matched his heartbeat. I told him I should leave. This wasn't normal. But Vince, he he took out his tools and started chipping at the base. Said if we couldn't move the whole thing, we could take a piece. A shard we could sell to collectors or researchers. So he broke off a fragment. He broke off a piece about the size of a fist, smooth, kind of black stone that seemed to drink in our flashlight beams. We brought it back to our camp. Biggest mistake of our lives.
What happened after you brought it back?
That first night, I woke up to Vince talking. I thought he was on the radio, but when I checked, he was just sitting there, talking to the stone, having a full conversation with it, like it was responding. When I tried to snap him out of it, he looked at me like he'd never seen me before, asked me who I was, what I was doing in his presence. Over the next week, Vince deteriorated fast. Started writing those symbols Jamie had talked about. Covered our walls with them, filled notebooks, scratched them into the dirt. He'd sleepwalk to where we kept the stone and just stand there touching it, whispering that name, Koloth, over and over and over. I tried researching the symbols, trying to find something who would tell me what they meant. Nothing. They don't match any pre-war language, any tribal markings, anything. It's like they came from somewhere outside human understanding.
Did you try to get rid of this stone?
Yeah. I tried to take it while Vince was sleeping. The instant my hand touched that shard, he woke up, just instantly awake and aware. Like the stone had alerted him. He pulled out a knife. Pulled out a knife on me, Rads. My partner for 3 years, my friend, tried to kill me for touching his god. That's what he called it, his god. I left at night. I told myself I'd come back with help. People who could restrain him and get him to a doctor. But when I returned with other scrappers 2 days later, Vince was gone. Camp was abandoned. Everything we owned was left behind. Supplies, weapons, caps, everything. Everything except the stone. Yeah, that was gone too. Everything we owned was left behind. Supplies, weapons, caps, everything. Everything except the stone.
And do you think he took it somewhere?
I think he took it with him somewhere. But here's why I called, Rads. I kept one of Jamie's tapes. The last one. I thought maybe if I studied it, I could understand what happened to Vince. Could maybe find him and help him. Let me play you a part of it. You need to hear this.
Day. I don't know what day anymore. The calendar doesn't matter. Human time doesn't matter. I understand now. The voice is clearer now. So clear. Like it's speaking directly into my brain.
It's been calling from beneath, from the deep places where it sleeps and dreams. A call. The name tastes like copper and ash in my mouth. The symbols make sense now. They're beautiful. They're terrible. They show me what was here before the building, before the city, before humanity crawled out of the oceans. They showed me what will be here after we're gone. I'm going down again. Down the stairs that shouldn't exist, down to where it waits. Down to where...
That's where the tape ends. Jamie went into that basement, and the recording stopped, and Vince... Wait, Rads, do you hear that?
Hear what, Marcus?
The whisper. It's back. Oh my God, it's back. It's been months, but I can hear it again. Like it's in the room with me. How is it? I destroyed the stone fragment. I threw it. Oh God. Oh God, it followed me anyway. No, not again. I can't.
Marcus? Marcus, are you there? Wasteland Comm Line 3, can you hear me? Well, the connection's completely dead. Let me try to get him back here. No, it's completely gone. Marcus, if you're listening on your radio, wherever you are, get away from anything connected to that building. Get as far as you can, and if anyone in the Commonwealth knows who this Marcus is, a scrapper who worked for the DC ruins, find him. Check on him immediately, because whatever was in that building, whatever Jamie found, and whatever called to Vince through that stone, I think it just found Marcus too. And now it's got him. We need to take a break here, folks. I need to take a break. Let me collect myself, and we'll be right back after our sponsor.
Do you suffer from the existential dread that comes with living in a post-apocalyptic wasteland? Then you need quantum meditation crystals. Hand-harvested from the glowing sea by trained professionals wearing full hazmat suits, these beautiful glowing stones emit a soothing radiation that will realign your chakras and balance your humors.
I used to worry about raiders and super mutants, but after meditating with my quantum crystal for just 3 days, I achieved enlightenment and ascended to a higher plane of consciousness. I can see through time now. My third eye opened. My fourth and fifth eyes opened too.
Quantum meditation crystals, enlightenment through radiation.
And welcome back to the Midnight Oil. Still thinking about that last phone call? That whisper he mentioned right before the line cut out somehow? Something about that doesn't sit right with me at all. But we have got one more story tonight, and it's a doozy. Our final caller is Ethan. Yes, Ethan, calling from Concord in the Commonwealth. Ethan, I understand you're a Minuteman runner?
Yes, sir. DJ Rads. Runner. Sometimes scout for General Preston's outfit. Though, after what I saw up in Salem, I've been seriously considering requesting permanent settlement assignment. Maybe farming? Farming safe? Farming doesn't involve museums full of blood and death.
What happened in Salem, Ethan?
3 months ago. Settlers passing through the area reported hearing screaming coming from one of the old pre-war buildings. Not human screaming, or at least not just human. They described it as a mix of human terror and something else, something animal and angry. General Preston sent me to investigate. Because I was closest, and because investigating weird noises is apparently part of my job description.
Which building are we talking about here, Ethan?
Museum of Witchcraft. Old tourist trap from before the bombs. Had exhibits about the Salem witch trials and other different types of colonial history. The building has been abandoned since before the war. Just another ruin among thousands, but lately, people reported strange sounds. Lights moving inside at night, and that screaming. When I got there, the first thing I noticed was the front door. It was barricaded from the inside. Someone had pushed heavy furniture, metal scraps, wooden beams, anything they could find, up against the entrance. They'd been trying really hard to keep something out, or keep themselves in.
And you went inside anyway?
Yes. It's the job. I moved the barricade enough to squeeze through and went in with my rifle ready and my finger on the trigger. Immediately, I saw blood. Fresh blood, Rads. Not old stains, recent. A trail of it, leading from the entrance, deeper in to the museum. Still wet in places. I followed that trail. Found the first body in what used to be the ticket hall. Mercenary, by the look of his armor. Professional gear, good quality, well maintained. But he'd been torn apart. Literally ripped into pieces. His armor was shredded like paper. His gun was still in his hand, fully loaded. He never got a shot off. Whatever killed him was too fast.
Can I ask, were there more bodies?
Yes. 3 more. All mercs. All died the same way. Torn apart. With incredible violence. But here's what caught my attention. These weren't raiders or random scavengers. They were a team. Professional mercenaries. Coordinated armor colors. Matching equipment, tactical loadouts. They were hired guns who knew what they were doing. And something had killed all 4 of them. I found holotapes on their bodies. Audio logs they'd been keeping for their employer. Started listening to them as I explored deeper. The old logs told a story about a job they'd taken. They'd been hired by someone named Wellingham. High society type from Diamond City. Had to steal something from a nest up in the mountains, something valuable. An egg.
An egg? What kind of an egg?
Well, they never fully specified on the recordings. Just kept calling it the package and the egg. But they talked about the payout. Wallingham was offering serious caps, enough to retire on, Rads. They also talked about the mother. How they used explosives to separate her from the nest. How angry the mother was. One of them said, and I quote, "If that thing ever finds us, we're dead. No question. We're dead." I followed the blood trail deeper into the museum. Colonial exhibits were completely destroyed. Mannequins in pilgrim clothes torn off the displays, glass cases smashed, and everywhere, walls, floors, ceilings. There were claw marks. Yes, deep gouges in the wood and concrete. Something with massive claws had torn through this building like it was a piece of paper.
And did you find the egg?
I found where it had been. There was a setup in one of the back rooms. Heat lamps, padding, monitoring equipment. The Mercs had been trying to keep it viable for transport back to their employer in Diamond City. But the egg was gone. And the trail of blood led upstairs to the second floor. I was standing in the hallway looking at these claw marks when I heard it. Above me, on the floor directly overhead. Thump. 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 Heavy footsteps. Slow and deliberate. Each one shook dust from the ceiling. Then, complete silence.
What did you do, Ethan?
I found another Merc diary page tucked into a bookshelf. Last entry, written in shaky handwriting, it said, "If you ever hear it walking above you, don't breathe, don't move, don't even exist. We took her egg. She'll never stop hunting us. She'll never stop until every single one of us is dead. Don't move. Don't make a sound. Maybe it will pass by you. Maybe." So I froze, stopped breathing, didn't move a single muscle, and then I heard it again. Thump. Thump. Coming down the stairs. Coming towards me. Getting closer and closer. I was in a hallway with colonial displays on both sides. And nowhere to run. I just stood there, perfectly still, while this thing got closer.
And did you see it?
I saw its shadow first. Cast by my own flashlight beam. Stretching down the hallway in front of me. Massive. Larger than a Brahmin. Wrong proportions for any human or mutant. Then, it stepped into view. A death claw, Rads.
full-grown adult female. Easily 9 feet tall, built like a tank wrapped in scales and muscle. The biggest deathclaw I've ever seen in my life. She was carrying something in her claws. Holding it like it was made of glass. The egg. Her egg.
And she didn't attack?
She walked right past me. I mean directly past me. Close enough that I could feel the heat coming off her body, close enough to smell that distinctive reptile musk. You know that smell they have? She knew I was there. I'm certain of it. Her eye, that huge amber eye, moved to look directly at me. We made eye contact for what felt like an eternity. I could see intelligence in that eye. Not animal cunning. Actual, sapient intelligence. She was evaluating me, making a decision, and then just kept walking. Walking out, right out the front entrance with her egg. Disappeared into the woods.
What do you think? Why do you think she spared you?
Because I followed the rule in that diary. The mercs had stolen from her. Killed her maid, probably. Took her egg. Planned to sell it to some Diamond City collector who wanted a deathclaw for research. She hunted every single one of them down and executed them. But I wasn't a threat. I didn't take anything from her. I was just frozen in place, not moving. Barely existing in that moment. So she let me live. But here's the part that really keeps me up at night, Rads. I had to go back to that museum a month later, official business. Needed to mark it cleared on our settlement expansion maps. The building was empty. All the blood had been cleaned up somehow. Rain through holes in the roof, maybe, but outside, about half a mile into the woods, I found something.
What did you find?
A nest. A deathclaw nest. Carefully constructed from branches and leaves and soft materials. The egg had hatched. I could see the shells. Broken, open from the inside. That wasn't all I heard. I heard sounds coming from deeper in the nest. Small sounds, scratching sounds.
You mean babies?
Multiple babies. Which means that egg contained twins or triplets or maybe more. And that mother Deathclaw, the one who hunted down the other 4 professional mercenaries and showed me mercy. She's now protecting multiple offspring. I marked the entire section of the map as forbidden territory. Put up warnings. No patrols, no scavenging, no settlement expansion in that direction. Because that mother Deathclaw, she made a calculation with me. She decided I wasn't a threat and let me live. But if anyone goes near her nest now, if anyone threatens those babies after everything she went through, well, after what she did to those mercs, I don't even want to think about what she'd do. The mercs' bodies weren't just killed, Rads. They were torn apart with rage. Maternal fury.
Well, that's some serious survival instinct on your part, Ethan. You made the right call marking that area forbidden.
Sometimes I still have nightmares thinking about it. I'll be lying in bed and hear it, the thump, thump, thump of her footsteps above me. And I'll freeze up exactly like I did in that museum. Not moving, barely breathing, waiting for her to pass. They say deathclaws are mindless killing machines, but that's not true. They're intelligent, they remember, they plan. They protect their young with absolutely everything they have. And one more thing, Rads. I reported everything to General Preston, including the client names from the Mercs contract. Wellingham from Diamond City. Upper Stand's resident. Apparently wealthy enough to hire professional mercs to steal Deathclaw eggs. Someone should properly warn Diamond City security about him. Because if that mother Deathclaw ever tracks the contract back to who paid for the theft, Diamond City's got a problem.
That is a terrifying thought. Someone playing with Deathclaw eggs for research? I appreciate the call, Ethan. You survived something most people wouldn't. That Deathclaw showed you a kind of mercy that's very rare in the Wasteland. Don't waste it.
I don't plan to, Rads. I'm sticking to settlement work from now on. Let someone else be the hero. I've had enough adventure for one lifetime.
Stay safe out there, Ethan. And thanks for the warning about Salem. Listeners in the Commonwealth, you've heard the man. Stay away from the Museum of Witchcraft. Stay away from Salem, and if you ever hear footsteps above you and you know something's there, remember, don't breathe, don't move, don't exist. Oh, and that, my friends, brings us to the end of tonight's Wasteland Ghost Stories episode. 4 calls, 4 different corners of the Wasteland. 4 reminders that the world we live in isn't just dangerous. It's strange. It's wrong in ways we don't have words for. It defies explanation and laughs at our attempts to understand it. Let's think about what we heard tonight. We heard about the Sierra Madre, a strange casino wrapped in a red fog, and about Andale, a settlement too perfect, too clean, about the Dunwich building. Fragments of black stone whisper names that shouldn't exist. About the Museum of Witchcraft, where a mother's fury is more terrifying than any weapon, and mercy is a choice made in amber eyes. Is there a pattern here? Greed, curiosity, being in the wrong place at the wrong time, but also this. The Wasteland doesn't follow rules. Not the ones we learned of before the bombs. Not even the ones we've established since. Sometimes music is a trap, sometimes friendly neighbors are monsters, sometimes stones contain ancient horrors, and sometimes monsters show humanity. Stay smart, Wastelanders. Trust your instincts. Especially when they tell you something's wrong. Sometimes the best survival skill isn't knowing how to fight. It's knowing when to run. This is DJ Rads signing off from the Midnight Oil. Sleep tight if you can. Lock your doors and remember, the stories we tell keep us safe. They're warnings wrapped in entertainment. But you should listen to them.
Good night.